Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mitten. So, chalo. So, we have completed your conceptual framework, a very important topic. Then we have completed IFRS 13, a very important topic. Every attempt we have seen a question regarding fair value for 4 to 5 marks. December attempt also in one of the set question was there regarding fair value. We have done 6 to 7 basic questions in the class and have already given the questions which you have to do by yourself. Then we did IES 16. IES 16 we completed approx in 1.5 hours. As mentioned, important topic was what? Revaluation and your initial and subsequent measurement. It's about cost model, revaluation model, and initially at what value do we record. As mentioned in December exam, IES 16 was tested for 12 marks. So even a small topic, it's very important. So now today we will be starting with your IFRS 16 leases. As I mentioned on your day one, as mentioned day one, that six standards are very important. As mentioned, IFRS 15 revenue, financial instrument leases. These are the three important topics. Every attempt we have seen questions. Every attempt in 100 marks, out of 100 marks, we have seen two topics being tested. If you're lucky, all the three topics are tested. So the target will be to complete first these three topics and then IAS 19. IAS 19 is a new topic. IAS 12 income tax, which you have covered in your F7, same. 2 to 3 adjustments are new. Then share based payment is also new. So these are the important topics. We will start with IFRS 16 today. We will cover your FR part here and there. Some new points regarding SBR we will cover. And today we are doing this as 25th is Christmas, it's holiday, the timing will be same 9 to 2 so that the leases will be completed. Now when coming to lease, a very important standard from the point of view of from the exam point of view, December exam, the question was regarding finance and operating lease and one more question was regarding manufacturer. We understand what is this, etc, xyz. Now coming to the basic, IFRS 16 leases means what? It's nothing about the accounting which we have done in our class 11 and 12. It's that let's say a person A is there, a person B is there. So person A is taking a property on rent. Person A is taking a property on rent from whom? From B. So A will pay what? Sir, A will pay rent every year. So for A it will be a rent expense. If A is taking a property on rent from B, A के लिए तो rent expense हो जाएगा. What it will be for B? It will be a rent income. Simple. It will be a rent income. So here, when A is saying that I will take this property from you on rent for 5 years, 5 years. So here, the this A and B, A will record rent expense of how much? 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 every year for 5 years. So here, what will B do? B क्या करेगा? B will record this as a rental income. Simple. B will record this as a rental income. यही lease है. Here, this is only lease. यही पढ़ना है. Other than this, nothing is there in lease. But just you know the accounting which you have learned in your class 11th and 12th. कि sir, what will A record? A will record debit, credit. A will record debit, expense, credit, cash going out. B will record what? Debit what comes in cash and income, rental income. So every year, what will A do? A every year, A will record a expense. Debit, expense, credit, cash. This is only lease. But here, just to make your life complicated, IAS and IFRS is saying what? IAS and IFRS is saying that we have to follow the discounting concept. So discounting are a simple baba. 10,000 every year. So just we have to do discounting of all these cash flows and record it as today's value. Instead of recording debit, expense, credit, cash, the standard is saying that you have to record right to use asset and lease liability. Right to use asset and lease liability. So A will do what here? A क्या करेगा? A will record this as an asset. Remember the conceptual framework. Asset का meaning क्या था? Asset was what? Potential future economic benefit. Control means what? Take all the benefits. Does control means ownership? No. Control does not mean ownership. We have discussed on the day one. So your asset or the substance over form applies here. So A क्या करेगा? A will record debit, right to use asset and credit, lease, liability. This is the accounting which you have learned in your F7. You have learned the accounting debit, right to use asset, credit, lease, liability. So then what should we do? This right to use asset, how it will be treated? As an asset. Either IAS 16 और IAS 40. Yes sir. So lease liability कैसे treat होगा? Lease liability, remember on the day one I mentioned an amortization table. Amortization table I mentioned you. Opening balance, interest, payment, closing balance. So यही करना है. Other than this, nothing is there in lease. The accounting for lease is very simple. Debit, expense, credit, cash. This is the normal accounting which we have learned regarding rental expense. But now the standard is saying what? The standard is saying that the expense or the amount which you are paying every year, discount it and record it. Discount it and record it. Debit, right to use asset, lease liability. This right to use asset will be an asset. Lease liability will be what? Lease liability will be a payment. Simple. Other than this, nothing. Yes, sir. Here, A को क्या बोलेंगे and B, and A and B will be known as what? Sir, if it is a lease contract, what will be A? A will be lessee and B will be who? Lessor, sir. Lessor कौन है? Lessor is the owner. Owner of the asset is known as what? Lessor. Lessor will give the property or lessor will give an asset to lessee to use for a period. For a period. Answer, in return, what will lesser get? In return, lesser will get some economic benefit. What is the economic benefit, sir? This is the economic benefit, the future payment. I hope you got a basic idea regarding lease. Lesser कौन होता है? Lessee is who? Sir, what is the accounting treatment which we have learned? It's very simple. But just to make your life complicated, they have introduced the discounting concept. Other than this, nothing else is there in leases. Yes, sir. Now, chalo, I've given an overview about lease. Now let's understand IFRS 16. What are the important topics, sir? When coming to lease, there are two persons, as mentioned, lessee and lessor. So lessor कौन है? Can I say lessor is who, sir? Lessor is the owner. Simple. Lessor is the owner. So lessee कौन है? Lessee is the third party, or sometimes they say customer also. Also they say what, sir? Customer also here. And for lesser, they also say what? Supplier. Supplier. As mentioned, very important topic. Every attempt, if you're giving SBR exam, for sure lease का question होगा ही होगा. Without that, the question paper is incomplete. I see. Yes, sir. Now see, for lessee, what do we learn? Definition. First of all, we will learn the definition of lease. What is IS and IFRS saying? IFRS 16 क्या बोल रहा है? What does lease means? We have to understand that. Then initial measurement and subsequent measurement. Sir, how should we record it? What is the accounting treatment? We will learn. Then recognition exemption. Recognition exemption means what? Lessee need not follow the right to use asset and lease liability. They can follow the normal accounting which you have done in your class 11th and 12th. Debit, expense, credit, cash, the accounting which we know in case of rent. If certain conditions are being met, we can do the normal accounting. Then we have a sale and leaseback concept, a very important topic. Very important topic for March attempt. This will be important because December में ये नहीं आया था. So it was not tested in December attempt. So it becomes important for your March attempt. There are three cases which we will be doing relating to this. It's basic. I am selling an asset and I am again taking it back on lease. I am selling an asset again. I am taking this back on lease. That is known as sale and lease back. Then sir, remeasurement. Remeasurement, an important topic. This has been tested in June attempt, June 2025. There is a question also which we will be doing regarding this also. Then modification. These two topics are very important. When I gave my SBR paper, ये था ही नहीं. Remeasurement modification were not tested. But now when we see the syllabus, study hub पर भी है. This has been mentioned on study hub. So it becomes important that we have to do these concepts. And as mentioned in one of the attempt, remeasurement was tested. Yes, sir. Modification, then lease and non-lease component. So these are the 7 important topics for lessee which we will be doing. Sir, important can sale and lease back. All are important. It's important is sale and lease back, lease and non-lease component. I say very important topics. Each and everything is important in your SBR. Yes, sir. Then coming to lesser is who, sir? Owner. Owner को क्या मिलेगा? Sir, owner will be getting the rental income. Owner will be getting the rental income. Simple. So then what will owner do? Owner क्या करेगा? Owner also will record income, but owner also will say what? I am not receiving the money one shot. Owner will say or lesser will say I am receiving the money over the period. So owner also will discount it. Yes, sir. So here there are classification finance and operating lease. We have to learn this. Yes, sir. Lesser accounting, finance lease, operating lease, two different accounting we have to learn here. Then manufacturer or dealer case and sublease we have to learn. Sir, December में क्या टेस्ट हुआ था? December finance or operating lease in one of the set, and in other set manufacturer or dealer were tested. And as mentioned, when coming to lessee's case, the accounting you have already learned in what? F7. So it's not tested. The initial and subsequent measurement is not tested. But if you know the initial and subsequent measurement of lessee, lesser का भी same ही है. Here and there some changes are there. So then this is important for your sale and lease back. This is important for your remeasurement. This is important for your modification. So this initial and subsequent measurement is important for each and everything. So I hope you got an overview. What are the topics and what are the topics which are very important? I say these are the topics which are 4 important topics frequently repeated. If you see your past papers, sale and leaseback has been tested for more than 5 to 6 times in your past papers. Sir, definition has been tested once. Finance and operating lease for 2 to 3 times. Lease and non-lease also for 2 to 3 times. Sublease is a new topic which is important. Past paper, one question is there regarding this. Remeasurement also, one question is there. And the accounting of finance and operating lease is tested together only. Explain whether it's a financing lease, operating lease, and do the accounting. We will learn what is financing or operating lease. So now with this I have given an overview. Now let's start with the first topic, that is definition. Let's start with the first topic, that is definition. So what is IFRS 16 saying? Lease का meaning क्या होता है? Let us read this case. The definition. Lease. What is lease? A lease is a contract. Lease is a contract that conveys the right to control the use. Sir, control came, right came. Is it saying ownership? No. Only you should have a right. I should have a right that I can control the asset. Okay, today A has done a contract with B. A has done a contract with B. So in that contract, what A and B are communicating? A and B are communicating that B is saying to A, B is saying to A what? B is saying to A that you can use this building for 5 years. You can use this building for 5 years. For this 5 years, whatever is the economic benefit, whatever is the economic benefit, whether you give on rent, whether you use for your business, will be taken by A. Yes, sir. Will be taken by A. Contract that conveys the right to control the use of an identified asset. They are not only saying asset, they are saying identified asset. Identified asset for a specified period of time. Sir, the duration should be specified. Sir, asset को भी specify करना पड़ेगा. We have to specify the asset also. Sir, let's say if I have taken a property on rent, let's take I have taken a property on rent, the asset should be satisfied. Which property? What is the number of the property? That also should be specified. In exchange for consideration. For sure, consideration will be there. Some or the other benefit lessee or lesser should get. Sir, the consideration can be either in the form of cash or either it can be in the form of any other asset. But excuse me, benefit should be that simple. Benefit hona chahiye. Yes, sir. Sir, is this topic important? As mentioned, the definition of lease is very important. If it satisfies these conditions, then only the lease accounting will apply. If not, lease accounting will not apply. So then what we will do? Then normal accounting, you debit expense credit this one. First of all, we have to assess whether it's a lease or not. Now, when coming to these 2 points which I have written here, question will be from this only. These are the 3 points. If a question comes regarding definition, 99.99, 100% question इसी से होगा out of these 3 points. Now let us understand. So lease is a contract that conveys the right to control the use. Control means what? Remember conceptual framework. Conceptual framework we have done. Control means what? Obtain substantial all economic benefit. If A has taken the property from B on lease, what can A do? A is controlling it. That means what? A will take the future economic benefit. Substantial future economic benefits. That means A will take the benefit. Other parties are not allowed to take the benefits. A will restrict others to take the benefit because he is doing the payment, he will take the benefit. And direct the use of the asset. So, direct the use of the asset means what? How to use the asset, how and when to use the asset depends upon the lessee. If I have taken a property on rent from you, if I want, I will use. If not, I'll not use. It's my choice. The lesser can't force me, or some third party can't force me. It is based on my decision. What I want, I will do regarding this asset. Yes, sir. So control means what? Take substantial economic benefits and direct the use of the asset. I say this point is very rare in the exam. These are the 2 points from which the question will be framed. Because this is already linked to your conceptual framework or same. Take all the economic benefits and direct the use of the asset. Sir, you are saying direct the use of the asset. Direct the use of the asset. However, the lessee can use. However, the lessee want, can the lessee use it? Yes, the lessee can use it. But sometimes what will happen, see here. Now I say, I have an iPhone. I have given this iPhone to you. I have given this iPhone to A to use it. So here I am the lessor. Here A is the lessee when it is a lease contract. First of all, it should be a contract, no? Lease contract. Now I mentioned that lessor has 10 iPhones. Lesser has 10 iPhones. Lesser के पास कितने iPhones है? 10 iPhones. Now A is who? A is a person. Let's say he's an influencer. He needs an iPhone. He's taking on rent. He's just starting his career. इसको क्या करना है? Grow करना है. He want to grow on YouTube, Instagram, etc. So he have taken this iPhone on lease, or he's paying a monthly rental. Let's say he's paying a monthly rental of $50. $50 because it's initial stage he has taken this. Now when, if that is me, R, if R has given this iPhone to this person A to use it, and A is paying every year $50, $50, yes sir, no issues. Now sir, when I give this iPhone to A, sir, cash is involved, yes sir, I am getting the payment is. Then second one, I say this is for 5 years. I am giving this iPhone for 5 years. So can I say period is also specified? Now can I say who will take the benefit? This iPhone is given. Can I say A is taking the economic benefit from this now? The economic benefit is what? A will use this and earn money from this. A will make videos and A will make money out of this. He is taking the economic benefit. So can I say whenever A want, he will use. So can I say what is this? Control is also there, sir. So these three conditions are satisfied. Now coming to the two conditions. Now I say A के पास 10 iPhones है. A has 10 iPhones. In this case, everyone, in this case, can I say when they do the agreement, in the agreement it should be specified or not which iPhone is given, the color of the iPhone, the features of the iPhone, yes or no? If the color, if the features are specified and the number is specified, let's say number 5, iPhone 5 is given. So then only I will say it is what? Identified asset. Then only I will say it is what, sir? Identified asset. So specify होना चाहिए contract में which property you're giving. You have 10 properties. Did you give property 1 on rent, property 2 on rent, property 3 on rent? Each and everything should be specified. Then only we say it is an identified asset. Sir, we understood this, sir. Contract में mention होना चाहिए कि which iPhone, the number, the feature, etc., then only we say it is identified asset. Now one more question. Now I say that this is R, no, R has given this iPhone to A. Now R के पास कितने iPhones हैं? 10 iPhones. Yes sir, 10 iPhones are there with R. Now now here this iPhone is given to whom, sir? This iPhone is given to whom? This iPhone is given to A. In this case, A is using today iPhone 2. Yes sir. After 2 months, R is saying to A, okay, this iPhone give me back, I will give you iPhone 3. Then again 2 months he is using and R is giving iPhone 4. Now whenever R wants, he is changing the iPhone. Whenever R wants, he is changing the iPhone. Can I say if he change the iPhone, it will be a problem to A? Every time you have to transfer his storage, etc. A lot of problems will be there. Now, in this case, will this be identified asset? क्या लगता है? Will this be identified asset? What do you think, everyone?
No, sir.
In this case, it will not be identified asset, because whenever R wants, he is changing the iPhone, because some other customer is coming and he's saying that I need blue color iPhone only, मेरे को वही चाहिए. And R has only one blue color iPhone which is given to A. So R will do what? R will take back from A and give to whom? B, because he's getting more payment from that side. This will not be identified asset. To be an identified asset, what I'm saying, so to be an identified asset, what should we consider? So the point which should we consider is what? That A cannot substitute the asset. A cannot substitute the asset. A cannot substitute the asset. Yes sir. So whenever R wants, or no, not A, whenever R wants, R cannot substitute the asset whenever he wants. Because benefit किसको ज्यादा मिल रहा है? R. Whenever R is getting more benefit, he will substitute. Today he has given a property to you on rent, the first property. Tomorrow someone is coming and saying that for that property I'll pay you 1 lakh rupees as rent. What will I do? I will say you vacant, you take property too. You are paying 50,000 rent. I have one more customer who is paying 1 lakh rupees. What will I say? You use property too. I will give property one to someone else because I know I'm getting more benefit. Can I do this? Nahi baba, I can't do this. If I'm able to do this, if lesser is able to do this and take the benefit, then it is not a lease. So that means we can't substitute only. We can substitute in one case. That means, sir, A is saying that iPhone chal nahi raha. iPhone is not working. Agar iPhone is not working, then what will A do? A will say to R, replace this iPhone. In that case, substitution can happen. In that case, R can substitute the asset. When there is a problem with the asset, at that time, the lesser can substitute. In that case, even though R is able to substitute, we still say kya? We still say that it is a identified asset. It is a identified asset. Yes, sir. So with this, I hope the term identify is clear. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Abhi chalo the next topic, the one more term regarding your the first point. Now you have to say me. Now I'll give an example. You have to say me इसका आंसर क्या है. I say that today A is there, B is there. A has a car today. A के पास कार है. A कौन है? Lesser or you say supplier. B कौन है sir? We say B is your customer. That is your lessee. Now A has given this car to whom? B on rent purpose. Yes sir. A has given this car every year. He is paying a rent of 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 for 3 years. Now, when A has done this contract, A ने specify किया that you will be getting the car which is red color. The number is, let's say, this is the number, car number. Can I say this is identified asset or not? Each and everything is mentioned about the car. And A cannot substitute the asset until if there is a problem. No issue then. But now A is saying what? No. A saying to B that this car which is there, you can use this within, or you can travel with this, or you can travel within Karnataka or within any state within Karnataka. A क्या बोल रहा है? You're taking this car from me, etc. No use, Baba. No use for me. No problem, etc. But when you're taking this car on rent, you will be able to use within Karnataka or within a specified boundary. In that case, you say me, is the control transferred here?
No, sir.
No, you will say ki control is not transferred. One more example I say. This is A, B. A is into manufacturing of aeroplanes and B is a customer. Let's say B is XYZ Limited company, airline company. Yes, sir. Now this A company is a manufacturer. A company is saying to B what? That this aeroplane which we have given to you, this aeroplane which we have given to you, you can't take this aeroplane, or this aeroplane cannot travel through XYZ country. They are saying that okay, it's your location, you have to reach here. Now here in between there is a country, some countries there where war is going on, where war is going on. Now we know that war will continue for 5 to 6 years. Today you are taking a aeroplane on lease. This A and B, A is saying that you can't use this aeroplane to travel from this country, from this country, means you can't travel through this country above. A is saying that you can go through this way or this way, no issues for me, or any other shortcut, but not to. Now say me, can I say restriction is that? Restriction hai, either
Yes,
be
sir.
restriction, either be restriction. Now can I say control is transferred here? The question comes
No,
in.
sir.
You will say no, but control is transferred here. Control is transferred here. Why this restriction is there? Can I say this restriction is there for the safety of the lesser? You take an economic benefits. I am saying I'm giving my car today to you to use it, enjoy, no issues for me. But I'm saying that you can't take this car out of India. Once you take it out of India, it is not easy for me to get it back. I am saying that you can take the economic benefit, etc. But can I say to protect myself, I have a condition or a clause in the contract. So whenever I do a contract, I will have a protective rights. So I will have a clause or a condition. Even though you will take the economic benefit, you can directly use. But to protect myself, I will have a clause. Even though if the clause is there, still we say control is transferred. So that means lesser can have protective rights. This is regarding your definition. This is regarding your definition. So see now. Control that conveys, yes, sir, the right to control the use of the asset, identified asset for a specified period of time in exchange for consideration. Now see here. Obtains future economic benefits. We have done this. Identified asset. An asset is not identified if the supplier has the right to substitute it for an alternative, except in case of substitution when repair is necessary. So normally we can't substitute the asset, but in case of repair we can substitute the asset as a lesser. Lesser can have protective rights. If lesser has protective rights, we can say what? Control. I say right to control is satisfied. Right to control is satisfied. Simple, yes, sir. So with this, the first part is done. The definition, a very important topic for each and every attempt. If you're lucky, you will get a question. So see now, the person who gives the identified asset on lease is called lessor. The person to whom asset is given is known as what? Is known as customer or lessee. Simple, sir. Now, chalo, let us do question regarding this topic. Now, see, this is the type 1 question that is tested in your exam. Question 1. Identify whether the asset is what's a lease or not. A lease is a contract. First, write down this definition to get 1 technical marks. If a question come maximum 5 marks, huh? So out of that 1 marks will be technical. Then check whether the asset is identified or not. Sir, when we check the asset is identified, what did I mention, beta? Specify hona chahiye like truck, bus, the name of the bus, the number of the bus, color, etc. Each and everything should be satisfied. Then substitution right you have to check. If it is damaged, then no issues. If the supplier can substitute any time and get economic benefit from that, it's not an identified asset. So right to control means economic benefit, decision making, protective right. Can I say supplier can have protective rights? Even though supplier or lessor के पास protective right है, if the lessor has the protective right, still we say what? It's a lease only. Then period, conclusion. So mostly as mentioned from these three topics, the question will be framed. Then sir, you have to give your conclusion. Key, it is identified, etc. So it is a lease contract. Lessee will record right to use the lease liability. So chalo, let us start with the first question. Please read the first question and say me what will be your answer, whether it's a lease or not. As mentioned the first class today, what are we doing? The revision of your this one only. FR syllabus, and it's very important. Lease topic.
Sir, I guess it should not be a lease because although there is a identified asset, but there is no right to control the use of it.
Okay, good to know that. Let's just see. AB company entered into a contract with R Limited to transfer goods from L to E using a specified truck. Okay, they are saying the truck is specified. The asset is specified here. They are saying that the asset is specified. The goods will occupy substantially all the capacity of the truck. Let's take AB Limited enter into a contract with R Limited. किसने AB Limited has entered into a contract with R Limited. Yes, now कौन लेसर है कौन लेसी है? What do you think?
AB is the lesser and RH is lessee.
Okay, you're saying lesser. ये लेसी है. Okay, sir.
No,
Then
no, AB is lessee.
okay. लेसी. लेट अस रीड क्या है कौन लेसर है कौन लेसी है चलो पढ़ते आगे. द गुड्स विल ऑक्यूपाई सब्सटेंशियली ऑल द कैपेसिटी ऑफ द ट्रक. ओके एज ऑफ नाउ मेरे को नहीं मालूम है कौन लेसर है लेसी. लेट्स कीप असाइड. कैन आई से द पर्सन हु इज टेकिंग दिस सर्विस और टेकिंग दिस ट्रक ऑन रेंट, कैन आई से he is able to take all the economic benefits?
Yes,
Because
sir.
the yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. Then chalo. The contract specifies pickup and delivery dates and the exact goods to be transported. Okay, 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 okay. The contract also specifies the pickup and delivery dates and the exact goods to be transported. Each and everything is specified. Okay. Then sir, RH is responsible for operating and maintaining the truck. कौन responsible है? RH is responsible for operating in this one. Yes sir. And for ensuring safe delivery of the goods. Okay, 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 okay. RH is responsible for operating and maintaining the truck. So who is operating and maintaining? Can I say lesser is operating and maintaining here? Yes, a lesser is maintained. Then AB is not allowed to operate the truck itself. Now you only say AB is not allowed to operate the truck itself. That means, can I say, can do they have the right to direct the use of the asset?
No, sir.
No, that is the reason we say control nahi hai. And nor hire any other come this one for the same delivery. Yes, despite having exclusive use of the truck capacity during the contract period, AB cannot change the route, schedule, or purpose of the truck use. Can I say it's difficult for them to do what? To hire other thing also. Now here, what do we say? Control is not there. So based on the guidelines, assess whether this contract contains a lease. You will say not. Now, how will you frame your answer? What is the first point you'll write down?
Definition.
Definition, you'll get 1 marks. Yes, sir. Now, chalo, let me start. Can I say, as per IFRS 16, lease, should I write lease or should I say a contract is a lease? I'll say lease is a contract that conveys the right to control right to control the use of an identified asset for what, sir? For a specified period in exchange consideration. The first point we have written. Now, can I say here the first point? Can I say in the given case, can I say the asset is identified? Yes or no? The asset is identified. That is a specific truck. Yes, sir. After this, what will I say? Asset is. Can I say AB company can take the future economic benefits? Can I say AB company gets all future economic? See, for control, there are two definitions, both direct and economic benefits. Economic benefits can be taken, but direct of the use is not there. So, a company gets all future economic benefits from the, no, they have mentioned one line no here. Contract goods will occupy substantial all the capacity. Okay. A company gets all the future economic benefits from using the truck using the truck, that is goods will occupy, I'm linking to the case, goods will occupy substantial, क्या लिखा है, substantially goods will occupy substantially all the capacity of the truck that during the contract period. Yes, sir. Then after this, what should we consider? Then after this, one more point we have to consider, that is, now, can I say AB company is what, sir? AB company is not allowed to operate the truck itself. That means AB company does not have the right to direct the use of the asset. So what we will say here, that so AB company, so can I say contract does not, I'll say contract does not, what is the point we have to link? This one, see, this one, contract does not conveys the right to control the asset. Therefore, therefore, it's therefore not a lease contract. Clear? कैसे लिखते हैं? I've written 5 points, 5 marks, 5 simple points. I've given the conclusion also at the last. You can make a separate point also regarding this. There is no such problem. Yes, sir. So this part is done. Now please read the second question and say me क्या हो सकता है इसका आंसर. Does this contain a lease or not?
This is not a lease because there is no identified asset.
Not an identified asset. Okay. The question
Because
is
the
what?
airport operator can change the spaces whenever he wants.
Can I say, okay, C enters into a contract with the airport operator? Can I say an airport operator is there? C is a company. This airport operator has small shops or small space in the airport. Now, this A company has done what? C has entered into a contract with the A operator saying that we will use this shop or the space for our business purpose. Now, they mentioned here that the contract stipulates the amount of space and states the space may be located at any one of the several departure areas. Can I say they are saying that the space which is there can be anywhere in that location? Is it specified, etc.? They mention the airport operator can change the location of the space allocated to any time during the period for use. Yes or no? Whenever the airport operator want, they can change. That means, can I say yes? Substitution is done. Even substitution is done. Airport operator is doing the substitution. That means he is taking the economic benefit. He is taking the economic benefit whenever he wants. He is saying to the whom? Let's say for the C to change. So that means here substitution rights are there with the lessors. Whenever he wants, he can substitute. Yes, sir. So here it's not a lease. Simple, sir. It's not a lease. हो गए. चलो let me show the answer. इसका solution बता देता हूँ क्या है. Already I've framed one answer, so you can refer to this कि सर ये भी हो गया, so that you get a better idea. See. So please read this and say me कुछ doubts है क्या? First, they have written the definition. As well as they mention asset is not identified because substitution is there.
Sir, I have a query.
Yes.
How can we establish the fact that lessor is just having protective rights or he is even directing the use of the asset? मतलब जैसे जो previous example था उससे और वो जो आपने example दिया था traveling
हम्म.
within कर्नाटका जिसमें कार लीज पे दी थी
हाँ.
तो उसमें से पता कैसे लगेगा कि यहाँ पे सिर्फ लेसर के पास प्रोटेक्टिव राइट्स है वो पूरा डायरेक्ट ही कर रहा
Oh,
है
easy,
यूज ऑफ
easy. Yes. Here and there, some of the points will be mentioned. Here, they mention whenever the operator wants, he can substitute. Yes or no? Yeah, clear hai. And whenever there is a
एसेट
problem, he can do. There is no issue. When coming to protective rights, let's take an example will come that saying that a car is given on rent to you, you can use this for 5,000 kilometers. After 5,000 kilometers, can I say मेरे को ये करना पड़ेगा सर्विसिंग? So why
Yes.
5,000 or 250? Because उसका limit ही उतना है. If you use more than that, the asset will be damaged. It will create a problem to you. It will create a problem to me. Today, I give a machine to you. I say this has a production capacity of 1,000 units only per month. I say that you should not produce more than 800 units. Can I say, because why I'm saying 800 units? Maximum limit is 1,000, which is mentioned by the company. But after 800 units, also the machine will have some of the other problems. कुछ ना कुछ problem हो जाएगा. I know I am a lesser, I have this, I know कि okay. Now when you take a property on rent, what will the owner say you? There should be no some damage etc, lift को ये नहीं करना वो. There could be a lot of other things, no, to protect himself.
Yes, sir.
So वैसे ही रहेगा when coming to the assets also. And it will be mentioned, कभी ऐसा आया नहीं एग्जाम में, if it comes be aware. एक क्वेश्चन है क्वेश्चन बैंक में, बट मैंने लिया नहीं है. लेट मी चेक. क्वेश्चन ऐड किया हुआ था, मेरे को याद नहीं. शिट फॉर 5 years. हाँ है क्वेश्चन, आई विल टेक दैट. मैं डिस्कस कर लूंगा. बट वंस रीड इट, हाउ शुड यू फ्रेम द आंसर? Will not frame each and every answer. I have framed one answer regarding this topic. Others you can manage it. As mentioned, exam kit. One question is that. That also not the latest one. If you refer the old one, in that a question is there. Please read this. कैसे points frame किया? You can frame on your. This is one point. Then I can say the contract is not an identified asset. As the space in the airport operator can practically have the right to substitute the asset during the period. And you can mention this substitution is not due to any problem or any other issues. Yes or no? Specify nahi kiya. So what is the general assumption? That it's for the benefit of whom, sir?
Lesser.
Yes, sir. Simple. I hope you're done reading these points. Yes, sir. Now,
Yes.
चलो आज मेंशन की सर एक क्वेश्चन करवा दो वो टॉपिक का. चलो ले लेते हैं. नाउ सी क्वेश्चन नंबर 3 बेटे. यू कैन सी क्वेश्चन नंबर 3. यू विल अंडरस्टैंड.
यस सर, इससे बेटर हो गई अंडरस्टैंडिंग. इसमें तो सब कुछ ही एलएम कंपनी कंट्रोल कर रही है.
So can I say here what is happening? But can I say how restriction है कि नहीं इधर for Ellen? कौन लेसर है कौन लेसी इधर? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल से मी दैट.
मतलब एलएम इज द लेसी एंड एस इज द लेसर.
So can I say restriction also is there by S on Ellen that you can't use this for hazardous goods etc.
यस सर.
Why? To protect दोनों को. सिंपल. यस सर. ये भी कर लो, आइडेंटिफाई कर लो. क्वेश्चन तो अभी का नहीं करेंगे, खाली आइडेंटिफाई कर लो.
दिस इज अ लीज.
Yes, it's a lease. Why? Because it is substitute only when it is repaired, etc. Due to yes, cannot be substitute unless there is a breakdown. Means कुछ ना कुछ खराबी नहीं है. If there is a problem, we can. I hope the first part is clear. First topic is done. Now coming to
यस.
the next topic. अरे यार. So the first part is done, sir. We have typed out one answer. So the second one also we have discussed, and 2 to 3. Now coming to initial measurement and subsequent measurement. Now when coming to this initial measurement and subsequent measurement, if you understand this initial and subsequent which you have learned in your FR, same thing will repeat for lesser bit. अगर ये क्लियर है तो रीमेजरमेंट मॉडिफिकेशन सारा कुछ समझ में आएगा. इफ नॉट देन यू विल से कि सर ये नहीं समझ में आया तो वो भी नहीं समझ में आया. So understand this properly. I will take a basic example. Through that we will learn lease accounting, how lease accounting is done. Then we will see what are the additional theory points you have to consider. Chalo now. As I've already explained a basic example to you, so see here now. A is a lesser, sir. Simple. A कौन है? Lesser. Assume I am a lesser. You are a lessee. I have done a contract with you. I have given a property to you on rent for 5 years. Sir, it's a lease contract. Simple. Every year, what is the amount you will pay me? See, first, today we are learning the accounting in your book, not in my book. First, we will learn the accounting in your book as you are a lessee. 25th, we will learn the accounting for lesser. If you understand lessee, lesser is nothing else. Same hai. Each and everywhere present value concept and amortization table. So see now. So lessee is that simple. So lessee, what will lessee do? If you are a lessee, what will you do? Normal accounting. So debit expense, credit cash for 5 years. What is the expense you will record? 50,000 in total. Sir, we will record 50,000 in total as the expense. We will record 50,000 in total as the expense. I hope it is clear to everyone. Simple and easy. It's simple and it is easy. Now, when coming to the other case, in other case, what do we see? See now, what is lease accounting saying you? Lease accounting is saying one simple thing that instead of recording this as 10,000, 10,000 every year to complicate your life as an accountant, do the present value of this. See, every year they are paying. Now you say me, whenever you use any property, etc., if you're paying rent, will you pay rent at the beginning or at the end? Normal situation में क्या होता है?
एंड में पे करते
End.
हैं.
So here also it is being paid at the end, sir. Yes, sir. End में pay हो रहा है. And discount rate दिया हुआ है 10%. Yes, sir. Sir, discount rate दिया हुआ 10. Now, do not think much about that. First, listen the basic. Then, other points we will come to it. Now, 10% discount. When I discounted, sir, here cash flow I'm writing 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, and I'm discounted using 10%. See, when you do on Excel, etc., easy hoga. But here for understanding purpose, understand it. So when I discount it bit, what is the amount I get? What is the amount I get? 37,900. Sir, every year 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 I have to pay. I have discounted those values. What is the value today? Sir, in today's term, the value is 37,900. Now, instead of recording every year expense, standard क्या बोल रहा है? Record right to use asset and lease liability. So see, we record debit right to use asset, credit lease liability. Debit right to use a credit lease liability, that is 37,900, 37,900. Sir, right to use asset को क्या करना है? Depreciate करना है. Simple. Now this right to use asset is your asset बेटे. Simple asset. Sir, asset में कौन सा asset? Either PPE or IAS 40 invent IP. So here this asset will be treated as an normal asset, either IAS 16 or IAS 40. Sir, in IAS 16 and IAS 40, we know, sir, we do depreciation. So do that better. So the 37,900 is depreciated for 5 years. Sir, 5 years I'm getting benefit. I will depreciate for 5 years only. Matching principle, yes, sir. Now for lease liability क्या करना चाहिए? We should make an amortization table. I have explained before starting this chapter, before starting the standard, मैंने example दिया क्या करना वही है. See now, opening balance. So what was the opening balance? 37,900. I apply interest on this, sir. Then I reduce the payment 10,000. मेरे को closing balance मिलेगा. Then sir, next year again I will repeat this routine work. It's my routine work now. Sir, I take this, sir. Then again on this I calculate interest. Payment, sir. Closing balance, sir. Then sir again 24,000. Sir, ये आ रहा है, ये आ रहा है. Can I say it will repeat and at the end it will become zero? Because ultimately you're paying how much? 50,000. Either 50,000 This 50,000, whatever you have to pay, you are paid. So the value became zero here. Yes, sir. Now see everyone, this is an interest. Whenever you prepare the amortization table, we have discussed in the previous class also, ये किधर जाएगा expense? Financing category. So debit finance cost, credit lease liability. What I am doing everyone? See, मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ? Sir, debit finance cost, credit lease liability. I am increasing my lease liability 37,900 plus 33,790. Then sir, when payment is done, my lease liability will reduce, cash will go out. This will affect your P&L? Yes, sir. This will affect your cash flow? Yes, sir. Cash flow, like we have balance sheet P&L ना, ये cash flow में जाएगा because it is an outflow. Closing balance will affect your closing balance will affect your balance sheet. This is the accounting lease का. Now see a magic. Sir, what is the expense I am recording for 5 years? 12,100. Yes, sir. Sir, what is the depreciation I'm recording in total for 5 years? 37,900. When I do this total, ultimately, what is the ultimate expense I record in 5 years? 50,000 only, Baba. ऐसे खाना खाओ कि ऐसे खाओ एक ही है. खाना खाना है ultimately. You have to have food. So here, just to make your life complicated, present value concept has been introduced. Other than this, nothing is there in lease, Baba. इसके अलावा कुछ भी नहीं है लीज में. Have that mindset from day one only. Yes, sir. Understood everyone? The basic.
Yes.
Now see, now see, sir, P&L में क्या record करें? Can I see in P&L depreciation you will record every year same value? कुछ change होगा क्या इसमें? नहीं सर. सर फाइनेंस इंटरेस्ट एक्सपेंस क्या रिकॉर्ड करेंगे अपन? 3,790, 3,136. This is only no every year. This is your revision of your F7. I'm doing in detail from scratch. So do not have mindset कि सर टफ है. नहीं है. डिस्काउंटिंग तो आना चाहिए आपको. If you have 9 paper exemption also, you should know basic of discounting and basic of debit and credit. Yes, sir. We have recorded this in P. Now, sir, in balance sheet, what we record? So balance sheet item क्या क्या है? Sir, asset we have to record and liability we have to record. Sir, how do we record asset? Yesterday's class IAS 16, depreciation, cost or carrying amount. How do we calculate carrying amount? Minus depreciation. So we will do that. See now, 37,900. Sir, I have minus this. See, every year depreciation and minus the value will become zero here. Every year I will reduce the value and the value will become what, sir? Zero हो जाएगा. Value क्या हो जाएगा? Zero हो जाएगा. Sir, how should we treat this as mentioned IAS 16 or IAS 40? Most of the time IAS 16 only, because whenever I take anything on lease, I will take it for my business purpose only. I will take it for my business purpose. So then when will IAS 40 apply? I have taken a property from you and this property I have given on rent. I have taken a property on you. I have taken a property from you on rent. And this property I have given to someone else. And it's not my business. ये मेरा business है ही नहीं. Just to earn money, what did I do? During my free time, I have taken a property from you on rent for 10,000. I have given this property to someone else on rent for 15,000. And it's not my business. My business of manufacturing. ऐसे टाइम पास के लिए मैंने कर लिया. At that time, it will become what, sir? IAS 40. IAS 40. Yes, sir. See, business not for business. Simple. Now, sir, when coming to non-current liability, sir, non-current liability, how do we record? So, see, whenever a question comes regarding leases, as you know, SBR is full of theory. But if you know the concept, if a calculation question come, you have to mention what will go to P&L, bad depreciation and finance cost. What is the value of the right to use asset in balance sheet? What is the value of lease liability? You have to mention each and everything. So, closing balance, yes, sir. So, see, this is the closing balance of lease liability. Yes, sir. Now, will you directly record? Where will you record this, sir? Where will you record this lease liability? In current or non-current? Current or non-current?
सर फर्स्ट ईयर की तो करंट लायबिलिटी में होगी, उसके बाद वाली जितनी भी होगी वो नॉन करंट लायबिलिटी में होगी.
Okay. See here, can you see something here? Sir, my lease liability is what, bete? I am standing at what date? at the end of the year. When I'm standing at the end of the year, bete, I am standing on 31st December 2000x1. मेरा liability कितना है? 31,690. So see here, I am standing on this date. My liability is 31,690. What does current liability means? Current liability means which is paid within 12 months, or the liability which is the settlement which is done in that is next year. Now see, what is my next year balance here? 24,859. Yes. Abhi you only say today my balance is this much. After 1 year my balance is this much. What is this difference? कितना आ रहा है difference?
6
So
6831 should be current liability.
can I say 6831 will be current liability because my liability is reducing? Sir, liability is reducing. Your liability is reducing, bete. Sir, it was 31,690. It became 24,859. So it is reducing by 6,831. So out of this 31,000, now you only say what is your current part and what is your non-current part? 6,831, 24,859 is your non-current liability. Understood? We have to split this. Simple. Current liability means the settlement or the value of the liability which is reduced within 1 year. So whatever is the reduction in the value, that is your current liability part. So the remaining is what? Non-current. So can I say this 24,859 is what? Non-current. The difference between these two is what? Current liability. Sir, next year के लिए क्या होगा? Out of this 24,000, what is my non-current liability? Out of this 24,859, what is my non-current liability?
17,345.
Yeah, can I say my non-current liabilities next year balance? Yes, sir. The difference between these two, that is 4,3, approx 6,000 or 7,000, that is what's a current liability. Again, for third year, what is my this one? Non-current.
Non-current liability.
And the difference is current. So वैसे ही अपन record करते. So see here, ये रहा non-current liability. See, then here the value will become 0, current liability. I've presented it simple. So this is the presentation. So if you have understood this, your lessee's accounting is done mostly. If you have understood this example here and there some points we have to understand. Sir, in lease liability, what all will be included? In right to use asset, what all will be included? Sir, lease term का meaning क्या होता है? Each and everything will be seen now. But I hope the basic is clear how the accounting is done. Record right to use asset, lease liability. Lease liability, record interest expense, prepare amortization table. And for right to use asset, depreciate it simple and record in the books. Now coming to your initial measurement. Sir, initially क्या value पर record करें? Now you only say what did we record initially बेटे? What did we record initially? लेसी ने क्या record किया initially बाबा?
Present value of lease payments.
As what? Debit credit क्या pass किया उन्होंने?
As credit. Lease
See,
liability में वो था.
yes, on the commencement of the lease, the lessee should recognize a lease liability and right to use asset. Yes or no? On commencement today, what they will record? Lease liability and right to use asset. Sir, what does the term commencement means? Understand now. Coming to this point. I say today is 1st January 2000x1. A and B has done a contract. A and B has done a contract. This contract is what's a lease. But on 1st April 2000x1, A provided to whom the asset? A provided the asset to B. A provided the asset to B. B received the control. B ने क्या किया? Today खाली agreement किया. They had a word. A and B had a word. B is saying कि I need a property on lease etc. A बोला कि okay, no issues, हमने contract कर लिया. But A has given this asset और A ने building कब दिया है? A ने building दिया है. A has given this building to B after 3 months. So this is what बेटे. इसको बोलते हैं इंसेप्शन डेट. This is known as what? Commencement date. Now this is known as commencement date, this is known as inception date. From what day you are starting the accounting? कौन सा दिन से accounting start हो रहा है? Is your accounting starting from inception or it is starting from commencement?
Commencement.
Commencement. Understood the difference, sir? Inception and commencement. Yes, sir. Inception. Why are we using this inception date? To check whether it's a lease or not, whether it's a lease contract or not. Sir, inception date पर क्या करते हैं? चेक करते हैं. क्या चेक करते हैं? Whether it's a lease or not. So from commencement date what we do? क्या करते हैं? We will do what? We will do the accounting from that date. Debit credit करना है. Yes, sir. So, that is all. See here. Date of lease. Inception date of lease. This date is used to check whether a contract is lease or not. फालतू का टॉपिक इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है एग्जाम पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू. बट एग्जाम पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू व्हाट इज इंपॉर्टेंट? यू शुड नो commencement date. Commencement date is what? Accounting for lease is done from this date, date on which lessor makes the asset available to lessee. What they're saying, date on which lessor makes the asset available to lessee. जिस दिन लेसर ने अवेलेबल करा दिया असेट लेसी को, we will start the accounting. Yes, sir. So this is done. Now coming to the major part of this chapter or the standard. What all is included in lease liability? What all is included in right to use, etc. Understand with logic, so easy हो जाएगा. Now lease liability, sir. How do we calculate lease liability? How do we calculate? Sir, we have learned, sir. हमने पढ़ा है present value of the future payments. Whatever are the payment in future, we are taking that. Yes, sir. So see here now. Let me take an example and only explain. Now let's take A है, B है. A has given what? An asset to lease on, asset on lease to B. Now B ने payment कर रहा. When A is there, every year B कितना पे करेगा? 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. इसको क्या बोलते हैं? This is known as what, बेटे? Can I say, can we call this as fixed payment, everyone?
Yes, sir.
ये तो fixed payment है ना? It is a for sure fixed payment because A is receiving this money. Now I say, now B, no, we are learning the accounting in B book. Huh? We are learning the accounting in B's book. Now A is saying to B what? A is saying to B that in second year we will provide an incentive to you. We will provide an incentive. Incentive का meaning क्या होता है? Benefit to you. A is saying that I will provide an incentive to you of 1,000. If A is providing an incentive to B, ultimately what is the outflow from B?
9,000.
So here इसको क्या बोलते हैं सर? This is known as what? Fixed payment. Can I say fixed payment less what I have done, beta? Incentive received. Yes, sir. Now this is now A will say what? A बोलेगा कि every year you are paying 10,000. Now whenever you take a property on rent, will you pay every year the same rate? Will you pay the same amount or the rent will increase?
Same amount.
Same amount. But can I say A will have a fear or not? A will have a fear that, sir, inflation is going up, etc. Sir, other parties are getting a rent of 12,000. I am getting a rent of 12,000, 10,000 only. Normal market rate is 12,000. But I've done an agreement with you saying that I will give for 10,000. Can I say A will do what? A will include a clause or not? That as the inflation is increasing, I also need a higher rent. ऐसे नहीं कि if I've given a building to you on rent, I will charge 10,000, 10,000. But I will say no, कि every year 5% increment will be there.
Yes, sir.
So that is known as what? उसको क्या बोलते हैं? ये फिक्स हो गया, उसको वेरिएबल पेमेंट बोल दूं मैं? That is variable payment. So variable payment will be based on any rate, like your inflation or any index rate or your CPI, consumer price index. On this basis we will fix a rate कि हाँ जैसे ये प्राइस चेंज होगा my cash flows also will change. Now you only say you are standing on the day one. Today you are saying कि sir CPI कितना है 100 है. Now when you consider CPI is 100, what will you do? Each and every cash flow you will consider at an CPI of 100. You will consider the variable payment of 100, 100, 100. Yes or no? Sir additional 100 दे दो हमको फ्यूचर पीरियड में. Yes sir. Yes sir. Now you only say me बेटे, will the CPI remain same for second, third year, fourth year, fifth year when you come?
No, sir.
नो ना. इन्फ्लेशन चेंज होगा सारा कुछ. दैट कॉन्सेप्ट इज रीमेजरमेंट. सर व्हेन माय कैश फ्लोज आर चेंजिंग व्हाट शुड आई डू? आई हैव टू रीमेजर द लीज लायबिलिटी. दैट वी विल स्टडी. So remeasurement is nothing. If the cash flow is changing, today I am thinking that I will receive 10, 10, 10, 10 and 100, 100, 100, 100. But in future after second year, the CPA is increasing to 200. So I'll get 200, 200, 200. Can I say my calculation is changing totally? That is known as remeasurement. We will learn that. But as of now, I hope you have understood fixed payment ka meaning kya hai? Variable payment. Variable payment should be based on index and CPI. Can variable payment be based on the usage of the asset? No. It is strictly based on a percentage. Standard has specified that you can't say that if you're using this machine, if you're producing 5,000 units, give me 200. If you're producing 1,000 units, give me this. Strictly variable payment should be based on CPI or index. It's not based on any usage of the asset. Yes. So fixed payment, variable payment is done. Two things we have discussed. Now coming to the next example. Same continue with the example. Every year 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Now A ने क्या किया? A has given an option. A has given an option to B that you can purchase this property. You can purchase this property at the end of the fifth year. I have given a property to you on rent for 5 years. You are paying me the rent. As well as today, today only I have given an option to you कि आपके पास एक option है. You have an option to purchase this property after 5 years. You have an option to purchase this property after 5 years. Now, accounting, we are learning the accounting in whose book? A or B?
B.
B. Now, say me, B ने तो ये include कर लिया to calculate lease liability as well as fixed payment is included, variable payment भी include हो गया. Now, कहने से B के पास एक option है. B has an option that B can purchase this property for $100,000. I have given an option to you. Now say me, will you include this in the calculation of lease liability? What do you think? As a lessee, think about yourself only. You are taking a property. I have given an option today to you. कि you can purchase this property after 5 years for $100,000. तो क्या कर सकते हो आप? Will you include this $100,000 in the lease liability calculation? What do you think?
Sir, it actually depends at the year 5 if whether we'll purchase it or
Yes or
not. Like
no?
an estimate, basically.
Can I say आज मालूम रहेगा? Do you know today what will happen after 5 years?
No,
Will
sir.
you purchase? No. But what will you do? You will apply judgment here. You will apply
Yes.
judgment. So what will B do? B will say that if it is reasonably certain, if it is reasonably certain that as a lessee you think, कि sir after 5 years I think that 90% chance is that I will purchase this. It is reasonably certain or 90% chances that I will purchase. Then can I say we should include in the lease liability calculation?
Yes, sir.
Simple. If रीजनेबल सर्टेनिटी इज दैट यू विल परचेस इंक्लूड बाबा इफ नॉट इग्नोर इट. यस सर ये भी क्लियर हो गया. अभी चलो एवरीवन एक और एग्जांपल देता हूं. ए एंड बी. टुडे आई हैव गिवन माय प्रॉपर्टी टू यू ऑन रेंट फॉर 5 years. आई मेंशन दैट टेक दिस प्रॉपर्टी. कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में कितना साल लिखा हुआ है? 5 years. यू हैव टू टेक दिस प्रॉपर्टी फॉर 5 years. यस सर आई हैव गिवन अ बिल्डिंग टू यू 5 years lease. How much you mentioned, sir? 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Yeah, continue होगा 10,000 इधर. You will pay 10,000 for me. Now, after 2 years, not. I say कि today the contract is done for 5 years. Today the contract is done for 5 years. The who is lesser here? Lesser, lessee. I am saying that I say the minimum contract should be 5 years better. I say whenever I enter into a contract as a lessor, I enter into 5 year minimum. But you are saying कि सर मेरे को 2 साल का चाहिए, 3 साल का चाहिए, 4 साल का चाहिए. You are saying कि sir we need the asset for 2 years, 3 years. Why? I ask a question to you, sir. You are saying कि sir I am working today. After a few years, after 1 year or 2 years, if I get a promotion or if there is a shift in my job, I have to shift to some other location. You will say me this. It's a valid reason. Sir, अगर job shift हो गए मेरे को भी shift होना पड़ेगा. I also have to shift. Now, but I say that I have to enter into a contract with 5 years on. उसके नीचे मैं नहीं करूंगा contract. I will do the contract for 5 years. You are saying कि sir, okay, no issues. We'll enter into a contract. We'll enter into a contract. No issues. Now, when you enter into a contract, bete, when you enter into a contract, today only you know, today only you know that after 2 years, you will cancel the contract. आज ही मालूम है आपको. You know that 90% chances are that I will cancel the contract. Now, when you cancel the contract, can I say you will pay some penalty or not? If
Yes,
I am A, I will not leave you free of cost, Baba. I will say you have done, you have entered into 5 year contract. I will take a penalty. It's an opportunity cost for me, no? मैं 3 साल का income भूल रहा हूँ. If I will not get any customer, I am forgetting that income, no? Because you pay today these two amount and you go. If I will not get any other customer, then what will I do? It's a loss for me. So I will say you that pay a penalty. Now, will that penalty be part of the lease liability? What do you think? Will be include this lease liability as part of this one? क्या लगता है आपको?
yes, include होना चाहिए.
कब इंक्लूड होगा? कैन आई से व्हेन इट इज रीजनेबली सर्टेन कि यू विल
Yes,
कैंसिल द कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. सिंपल अगेन. सो हमने क्या क्या पढ़ा? सर फिक्स पेमेंट लेस इंसेंटिव. Variable payment should only be based on CPI and inflation. This was tested once for 10 marks in ethics. The accounting treatment was done wrong. Then, sir, third one. Sir, purchase option. Can I say exercise purchase option? You will include this purchase amount if it is reasonably certain that you will purchase it. ये भी outflow है. Penalty. Sir, should we include penalty, Baba? Yes, if it is reasonably certain. Yes, sir. ये चार चीज हो गया. Now the last topic from this lease liability. If you have understood this, right to use asset भी same ही है, कुछ ज्यादा different नहीं है. See here now. Today A is there, B. Same example continuing. 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. अभी चलो, assume मैंने दिया प्रॉपर्टी आपको रेंट पर. I have given a property to you on rent. Assume, yes sir. Sir, आप you are teaching SBR also to us. Yes sir. Sir, आपने फीस तो 14,000 ले ली है. मैंने मेंशन किया yes. Yes sir. You have paid me fees etc. XYZ. हाँ सर 14,000 भी फीस दे दिए. वी आर लर्निंग SBR फ्रॉम यू. सर यू हैव आल्सो गिवन अ प्रॉपर्टी ऑन रेंट फॉर अस टू लिव. यस सर. और ये एग्जांपल मतलब क्या है कि बाद में प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा, यूट्यूब पर जाएगा ना. हाँ. See now assume कि A is there, B is there. A is a person who has an iPhone. He has given this iPhone to B on rent. $10, $10 every year he's paying. Yes, sir. $10, $10. Now, let's say A and B are good friends. A and B are what? Good friends. Childhood friends. बोलते ना वो? Childhood friends. Now A ने iPhone दिया B को. Now what will happen? कौन lessee है? Lessee is B, sir. Lesser is A. Now what will happen? See, lessee is using this iPhone. Yes. Now what will lessee do? Lessee will use this phone. Lessee क्या बोलेगा? अरे दोस्त का ही तो फोन है. दोस्त का ही तो फोन है. It belongs to my friend only. So however he want, he will use it. However he want, he will use it. Can I say if B is using however he wants? Can I say the performance or the condition of the iPhone will be worst? Assume yourself that you give any item to one of your friend. However they want, they will use it, they'll give you back. अरे दोस्त का ये वो कुछ बुरा नहीं मानेगा, we'll give him back. They will do this. Now, in that case, what will A do? We say one simple thing: friendship is on one side, business is on one side. Yes, sir. Now A will do what? A will include a clause saying that you have to maintain this protective rights. A will have protective rights or not? Yes, sir. A के पास protective rights होगा. So now B is using this iPhone very badly. उसका condition बहुत खराब है when compared to the normal use. When compared to the normal use. Now A is saying what? Today the value of the iPhone is what? $1,000. कितना है 1,000? If this iPhone is used for 5 years and in a normal condition, ऐसे नहीं कि हाँ अच्छे से यूज करो, no issue, the value will be after $500. कितना होगा? Sir, if today I purchase an iPhone $1,000, after 5 years how much will be the value? $500. Yes sir, if it is used normally. But this B, no, he is my friend, I know, बहुत खराब इंसान है. He does not have basic sense also. He is using a iPhone in a such a condition and giving me back after 5 years. मेरे को असेट दे दिया कि राहुल टेक दिस ईयर आईफोन. मैंने बोला ओके. नाउ व्हेन आई सी द कंडीशन ऑफ दिस एंड व्हेन आई सेल दिस इन द मार्केट, जब मैं सेल करूंगा ना मार्केट में, आई एम ओनली गेटिंग $200. $200. Whenever, if an asset is used for 5 years, when I sell in the market, I should get normally how much? 500 मिलना चाहिए मुझे. But how much is the value I'm getting? 200 only. Now, can I say that 300 is a loss or not? To whom?
Lesser.
Lesser. So this 300 को क्या बोलते हैं? Can I say 200 guarantee मिलेगा अपन को? 200 is guaranteed amount I will get for sure. मार्केट में आई एम एस्टिमेटिंग.
Yes.
इसको क्या बोलेंगे जब? Unguaranteed. So this is guaranteed residual value, this is unguaranteed residual value. So sir, B will know today only. Yeah, B will estimate कि my employees are not, if I give a laptop, my employees are not working properly however they want, they are using. मेरे को मालूम पड़ गया कि A will not leave me, I have to pay some amount to him. That is known as unguaranteed residual value. Unguaranteed, everything is based on estimate here. Everything is based on estimate. सारा कुछ judgment apply है इधर. Yes sir. So this 200 is what sir? Guaranteed residual value. This 300 is what? Unguaranteed residual value. Is this clear what is guaranteed and unguaranteed?
Yes, sir.
So which one will you include? Which one will lessee include? Lessee, when lessee calculates lease liability, which one lessee will include? Will lessee include guaranteed value or unguaranteed residual value?
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed. Guarantee तो how will lesser collect this money? How will lesser collect this money? 200. Can I say lesser will go to the market and get this amount or not?
Yes.
But lessee कितना पे करना चाहिए? 300.
300.
So that means lessee will include in the calculation of lease liability what?
Unguaranteed.
Unguaranteed, not guaranteed, because it is an outflow for whom sir? Lessee. Simple sir, this is also done. So with this the part is done. Lease liability में क्या क्या include होगा? See now, lease liability should include what sir? Fixed payment less any incentive sir. Fixed payment plus any incentive sir. Then sir, variable payment that are in substance or based on specified index or a consumer price. What we are saying, if it is based on an index price, but if it is based on any usage, based on usage, what we say, ignore it. Yes sir, ignore करेंगे इसको. Then exercise price of any purchase option if the lessee is reasonably certain to exercise. It is reasonably certain that they will exercise. Penalty expected to be paid for early termination when it is reasonably certain. Lessee saying कि हाँ मेरे को लग रहा है कि मेरे को पेमेंट करना पड़ेगा because I will terminate it. Then Then what should we include here? Guaranteed residual value expected to be paid by the lessee at the end of the lease. अरे sorry मैंने उल्टा लिख लिया है. 1 minute, मैंने उल्टा लिखा, मेरे को वही लग रहा है मैं उल्टा लिखा हूं. See here everyone, this 200 and 300, this 300 को क्या बोलेंगे, 200 को क्या बोलेंगे? Can I say this 200, sorry my bad, see this 200 A will get through the market, A will get through the market, yes, A will,
Yes.
this 200 A will get through the market. So ये क्या हो जाएगा? तो this will be, can I say that means this 300 will be what? That can I say this 300 will be what? Guaranteed amount which who have to pay? कौन पे करेगा ये 300? This
Lessee.
300 lessee will pay to the lesser. This is what guaranteed, this is unguaranteed amount. Yes sir. So then what should we include? Guaranteed amount. कितना है guarantee? What is the guarantee? और basic sense, what will lessee pay? वैसे समझो, what will lessee pay? सर lessee क्या pay करेगा? Lessee will pay this 300. That guaranteed residual value is included here. Yes sir. Then sir, see then, not included in lease liability. Unguaranteed residual value. Unguaranteed residual value will not be included because can I say lessee lesser को market से मिल जाएगा. Let me write the example. See again, A has given the iPhone to B on use 5 years. Every year per year rent is $10. Now today the value of the iPhone is what? $1,000. Market condition and normal condition. After 3 years, after 5 years, normal or iPhone price, normal condition. In normal condition, iPhone price will be $500. $500. So if an iPhone is used for 5 years, after 5 years I'll get $500. But B ने जब use किया asset, B has used this asset and given to A. Okay, when A sell this iPhone, A is only getting $200. A को क्या मिल रहा है? $200. Can I say what is the loss for A? 300. So this 300 will be what बेटे? अभी बोलो क्या होगा 300? Can I say this
Guaranteed residual value.
guaranteed residual value? Who will pay? Sir, B will pay. ये 200 क्या हो जाएगी? Unguaranteed residual value. Because this for sure lesser will get from the market. He will get this from the market when he sell his asset. Yes, sir. I hope this is clear now. Yes. So unguaranteed residual value will not be included. Lease payment allocated to non-lease component of a contract. Non-lease component, that means non-lease का meaning क्या होता है? We will understand. A separate topic is there regarding this. पहले initial समझ लेते हैं. Yes sir. See, today I have done a contract. I am paying $10,000. In this $10,000, sir, the actual rent is what? The actual rent is 9,000. And sir, I'm paying $1,000 for maintenance. Yes or no? Whenever we take a flat, can I say rent will be and maintenance cost also will be there 2,000, 3,000 depending upon the location.
Yes, sir.
So इसको क्या बोलते हैं? This is lease component. This is non-lease component. Maintenance, etc. Sir, should we include this? As of now, no. As of now, no. As of now, no. See, for this there are two treatments. Either separate it or either record together. What can lessee do? You're paying rent 10,000. Either you can do the accounting with 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, or what you can do, you can separate both the things. Standard has given two things. Standard has mentioned that this maintenance contract, this maintenance part, whatever you're paying, no, this is a non-lease component. It's not the part of the lease where some additional this, etc., XYZ is there. In that case, standard is saying that you have two different options. Either you can separate it, or either you need not separate. We will understand this next class. Yes sir. So any doubts to anyone here, better? What all is included in lease liability? No sir. Then coming to discount rate. So what is the discount rate we have to use? There are two discount rate. One is what? Implicit interest rate. That is the IRR of lessor. If you have learned IRR, you will be able to link it. But sir, do we have to calculate this? No, it will be mentioned in the question. Then incremental borrowing rate. Sir, if implicit rate is not available, that is IRR of the lessor. Now is it easy for you to calculate the IRR of the lessor? You are a lessee, lessor का IRR calculate करना, will it be easy for you?
No, sir.
No. So in practical world, most of the time we use what? Incremental borrowing rate. But standard ने क्या बोला? Standard is saying that you have to use implicit interest rate. And this implicit interest rate will be mentioned in the contract, lease contract when we do. If it is not mentioned, sir, क्या करना पड़ेगा? If it is not mentioned, incremental borrowing rate. Incremental borrowing rate means the normal borrowing rate in the market. Take it. So this is the discount. Priority is what? For first. If this is not available, then incremental borrowing rate. And you have to mention this point. If a question comes that present value of the lease liability is calculated discounting using the implicit interest rate, 1 marks. So with this we have learned what? Lease liability discount rate. Now coming to right to use asset, better. So right to use asset, what all we will include? Right to use, what all we include? See, the right to use asset is initially measured at cost, which includes four things. Right to use asset. You will also record right to use asset. Yes sir. Now what will you include? See here. Now what did we learn? Debit credit, everyone. So debit credit we have learned. Right to use asset, lease liability. Can I say whatever is your lease liability will be part of your right to use asset or not? Whatever is your lease liability will be part of your right to use asset. Yes sir. So this is the first thing. Whatever is the value of the lease liability. Second one, initial direct cost. So like we have taken this, we have to install this machine. Whenever coming to, if you take anything on lease, some of the additional cost you will bear, no, to bring that asset or that machine into working condition. That also will be part of right to use asset. That you will not pay to the lesser additional expense as a there will be some additional expense. Understand that? Yes sir. Then sir, for third one, present value of dismantling cost. What does this means? What does this means? We have discussed in yesterday's class that you have to do the payment in future. Sir, today I've taken this machine. I have done the installation. I incur 1,000 rupees. Sir, in future I have to dismantle it and then give back to the lessor. I will have a cost that is also included here by calculating the present value. I say after 2 years, I have to incur 10,000 when the lease is done. So this 10,000 will be discounted and will be part of what, sir? Decommissioning cost of the asset. Yes, sir. Then see the next one. So see, the amount of initial measurement of lease liability, payment made before the lease commence, example a deposit, less incentive received. Yes, yes sir. This incentive received already we have recorded. Huh? If you receive some other incentive on the day one, that you can reduce. Then sir, see you know, payment made before the lease commenced. इसका meaning क्या हुआ? Can I say before the commencement only you have done the payment? Before the commencement only you have done the payment. That payment which you have done before the commencement, and before the commencement, if you have received any, if you have received any incentive, you will less and record it. Yes sir. Initial direct cost, estimated cost to dismantle or remove the asset at the end of the economic life for which a provision is made. So if you have to dismantle, that is also included. So this is right to use asset calculation. Clear here?
Yes, sir.
I can't start a question because you have to know lease liability में क्या include होगा, right to use asset what you will include, and what is lease term, how will you depreciate, what is the opening closing balance. Yes, चलो then now let us understand lease term. Sir, lease term क्या हुआ ये भी देख लेते हैं. I say that today A and B has done a contract for 5 years. Yes, sir. We are learning the accounting in whose books? B's books. Now A, as well as A has provided an option to extend the lease for 2 years. Now, for B, what will be the lease term? A contract is that in the contract 5 years is compulsory lease. And A has also provided an option to B saying that you can extend the lease for further 2 years. That means it will become total 7 years. So B, lessee will consider lease term as what? 5 years or 7 years? क्या लगता है आपको?
7 years.
7 years. When will you say 7 years? You will say 7 years when it is reasonably certain that B
Yes.
will extend the lease. If B is saying कि today कि मेरे को मालूम है कि I will not extend the lease. If B will not extend the lease, the lease term will be 5 years only. 5 years. So can I say this 5 years is what? Non-cancelable period? A also cannot
Yes.
cancel, B also cannot cancel. So this is non-cancelable period. And sir, additional options should be included. Yes, beta. Additional options should be included if it is reasonably certain कि B will extend the contract. Yes. Now one more thing, one more question. A है, B है. Now I say the contract is in the contract was done for 5 years. 5 years. But in the contract, lessee can terminate the contract after 3 years. We have done a contract for 5 years, but after 3 years you can terminate. We have done a contract for 5 years. After 3 years you can terminate the contract. If you can terminate the contract after 3 years, bete, what is the non-cancelable period? What is the non-cancelable period? B can terminate it after 3 years. B can terminate it after 3 years. Now say me whether your lease term will be 3 years or 5 years. What do you think?
3 years.
3 years. When will you say 3 years? When it is
Reasonably certain.
reasonably certain that B will terminate. If it is not reasonably certain that B will not terminate, in that case, what will happen?
5 years lease
5
term.
years. So can I say what is the non-cancelable period? Can I say my non-cancelable period is 3 years? After 3 years, they can cancel, no? So here, my non-cancelable period is 3 years. And if it is reasonably certain that they will terminate, my lease term is 3 years. If reasonably certain that B will not terminate, my lease term will be what? 3 plus 2? That is 5. Common sense. If it is reasonably certain कि terminate हो जाएगा, better consider. If not, do not consider. Yes. यही लिखा हुआ है, देखो. Non-cancelable period, neither the lessor nor the lessee can cancel. Renewal period, if it is reasonably certain. Cancelable period, if it is reasonably certain that it is not exercisable. Not exercisable means lessee will not cancel. Then only we say no 3 plus 2. Then only it will become 5. Yes, sir. This was your initial thing. Why lease term is important for depreciation calculation. And most of the time it will be given. So there is no issues in this. So what is the journal entry? एक बार journal entry देख लो चलो. See the journal entry. Before commencement of the lease. Sir, before the commencement, if we have done any payment, debit, lease payment, credit, bank. At commencement, what do we record? Sir, right to use asset. Debit, right to use asset. What are the 4 things you'll include in right to use asset? Lease liability, any payment made before the commencement, initial direct cost, and plus what? Present value of the dismantling cost. So lease liability, fixed payment, variable payment, exercise purchase option, if reasonably certain, then penalty, and then the last one is guaranteed residual value. Yes, sir. So see here now. Debit right to use asset, credit lease liability, and credit provisions. If any incentive is received, debit bank, credit if any amount is going out, like your initial direct cost, etc., or prepaid lease payment. You are removing this prepaid lease payment and you are adding to right to use asset. Whatever payment is done, you remove that, you add to right to use asset. Yes, sir. So, ये journal entry. Till here, I hope it is clear. Initial measurement clear है. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Now subsequent, हमने किया हुआ the example which I have taken. Now it's see. Now lease liability. What did we do for lease liability, बेटे? Once we recorded a lease liability, what did we do? Amortization table.
Amortization.
So वही लिखा हुआ थे. After initial recognition, the lease liability is increased by any interest on the outstanding liability, unwinding of discount, and decreased by the lease payment. The applicable interest rate is same as the discount rate used. What are the two discount rates? Implicit, incremental. Follow implicit first. If not available, then follow what?
Incremental.
इंक्रीमेंटल. यस सर. सी, ये अपने जर्नल एंट्री देखा. डेबिट फाइनेंस को क्रेडिट लीज लायबिलिटी, डेबिट लीज लायबिलिटी, क्रेडिट कैश गोइंग आउट, फाइनेंसिंग कैटेगरी. ये था टेबल. यस और नो, दिस वाज द टेबल इफ यू रिमेंबर. हियर ओपनिंग बैलेंस. यस सर. दिस इज द केस ऑफ अरियर्स. अरियर्स का मीनिंग क्या है?
At the
पेमेंट.
end जब हम लीज पेमेंट करें.
यस, पेमेंट डन एट द ईयर एंड. यस सर. So this is done. Now in advance we will come to this advance, not now. Presentation. Can I say lease liability? Current liability you record. Non-current, current we have to split it. Yes sir. And in P&L we record finance cost as well as finance cost. Yes sir. अभी देखो, if payment is done in arrears, sir, how should we separate it? Link जो हमने सीखा है. Sir, non-current liability is what? Sir, non-current liability is the lease liability at the end of the next year. Whatever is the value at the end of the next year. Yes sir. So current liability क्या होगा? Current liability is carrying amount of the lease liability minus non-current liability part. So the difference between first year and second year is current. The remaining is what? Non-current.
Non-current.
Our advanced case will come. Now right to use asset. Abhi bas. Right to use. What did we do for right to use asset, beta? How did we treat this right to use asset? As a asset? See now. If right to use asset meets the definition of IS 40, treat as per IS 40. Depreciation, gain or loss, everything will go to investing category. IS 40, everything is recorded in investing. Here also will record in investing. If right to use asset meets the definition of IAS 16, then treat it as per IAS 16. No issues. Depreciation, gain or loss will be recorded in operating category, the normal accounting as per your IAS 16. Then asset is measured at its initial cost less accumulated depreciation less impairment cost minus accumulated impairment minus accumulated impairment loss. वही है. Now depreciation, the important point is this one. Depreciation. Now see, there are two rules here. If lessee will retain ownership, I am selling an asset today to you. No, I am giving an asset to you on rent, and I am giving an option also to you. Ki you can purchase this property after 5 years. If it is reasonably certain that you will purchase the property, then what do we do? Can I say that purchase price we include in right to use asset or not?
Yes, sir.
So if you're including that value in right to use asset, can I say when we depreciate also, what should we consider? Will you consider lease term or will you consider the useful life of the asset?
Useful life.
Useful life. Why, Baba? Logic है ना? When you calculate right to use asset, you include purchase option also. If you include purchase option, can I say the right to use asset value will be more when compared to general? If right to use asset option in, if option is not included, अगर ऑप्शन नहीं इंक्लूड है तो वैल्यूज लेस. इफ ऑप्शन इज इंक्लूडेड वैल्यूज मोर. सो कैन आई से इट इज बेटर टू डेप्रिशिएट दिस फॉर यूजफुल लाइफ. इफ आई से ROU in this purchase option is not that better. Purchase option है ही नहीं. In that case, what will you say? No purchase option. Then what will you do? Then depreciate this as what? Can I say lease term? Simple.
Yes, sir.
But I say your lease term is 5 years. You have taken this asset for 5 years lease. But you are saying, ki, sir, we will use for 3 years only. Now, which one will make a sense to depreciate?
3 years.
3 years. Can I say, see, first we learned, ki, sir, if purchase option is included, ownership will transfer. Useful life. Common sense is that the value is also more. It will depreciate for the useful life of the asset. If I say purchase option nahi hai, then what we say, sir, shorter of, can I say shorter of anyone?
Yes,
Shorter
sir.
of this? Yes, sir. Why? If lease term is 5 years, I'll depreciate for 5 years. But I am lessee saying that I will use for 3 years only. Then it is better to depreciate for what? 3 years, not for 5 years. वही लिखा है बस, इसके अलावा कुछ नहीं है. See now, when ROU includes what we say purchase option, sir, ROU values more. ROU values more. So use what? Useful life. If ROU has no purchase option, then has no purchase option. In that case, what we will say? In that case, a simple line that, so normally we follow what? Lease term. Lease term. But if useful life is less, then follow useful life. Yes, done. यही लिखा है. If there is no reasonable certainty that lessee will obtain ownership shorter of useful life or lease term, and this is that. Yes, sir. So with this part is done. ये हो गया हमारा. With this, we have done with this. See now, presentation कैसे करते हैं? If the underlying asset belongs to class of the asset, then revalue it same class of asset which we have done yesterday. Sir, if I revalue a office building, then all the office building I have to revalue. If the underlying asset is investment property, then follow cost or fair value depending upon IS 40. Presentation, sir. Non-current asset, how do we record? Right to use asset. SOPL, बैलेंस शीट में क्या रिकॉर्ड, पीएनएल में क्या रिकॉर्ड करेंगे? सर नॉर्मल डेप्रीसिएशन. So with this, your lessee accounting part is done. Advanced case is that, and we have to do questions. What we will do? We will take a break, come back, do a question regarding what, sir? We will do a question regarding your normal case. That is arrears, one question. Then we will understand what is advance. We will do that, and then we will do a small topic, and then we will move forward with the syllabus. So this is the type 2 question which I mentioned. Each and every point is mentioned here. Yes, sir. So now time is 11. Be back by 11:15. चलो चलो come back. Back. I hope everyone are
Yes, sir.
back. Chalo, then let us start. Now, the accounting. So as mentioned, क्या क्या important है? Lease liability calculation, right to use asset, what all is included, lease term, depreciation, etc. Let us do a question. See now, on 1st January 2000X1, D entered into a 2-year lease for a lorry. 1st January D entered into a 2-year lease for a lorry. कितना साल है lease term? 2 years. Excuse me. The contract contains an option to extend the lease term for a further year. They are saying that the contract contains an option to extend the lease for One more year. So in total, it will become how much? 3 years. If it is reasonably certain that they will exercise. D believes that it is reasonably certain to exercise this option. That means मेरा lease term कितना हो जाएगा?
3
3 years.
years.
Lorry has a useful life of 10 years. No need, no use. कुछ काम का नहीं है then. Lease payments, lease payments are $10,000 per year for the initial term and $15,000 per year for the option period. Yes. So for the first 1 year, it is 10,000. Second year, 10,000. But for the extra year, it is how much? $15,000. For that one additional year, the payment is 15,000. All payments are due at the end of the year. To obtain the lease, D incurs initial direct cost of $3,000. कितने का cost है? 3,000. Where will you include this initial direct cost? In the right to use asset. The lessor immediately reimburses 1,000 of these costs. Can I say 3,000 I am giving on this spot? 1,000 is what? This who is reimbursing? कौन reimburse कर रहा है ये? Lesser D
Yes, sir.
incurs a cost of $3,000 and lesser reimburses how much, sir? 1,000. So कितना होगा अल्टीमेट कॉस्ट? द इनिशियल डायरेक्ट कॉस्ट आई मेंशन. इनिशियल डायरेक्ट कॉस्ट किसको पे कर रहे हैं? यार इनिशियल डायरेक्ट कॉस्ट वी आर पेइंग बट लेसर इज रीएम्बर्सिंग अस बैक. रीएम्बर्समेंट लेसर भी कर सकता, कोई भी कर सकता, बट अल्टीमेट कॉस्ट कितना है? द अल्टीमेट कॉस्ट इज
2000.
2,000. Then the interest rate within the lease is not directly determinable. D's incremental rate, borrowing rate is 5%. So implicit rate is not given, incremental rate is given. So क्या करेंगे अपन इधर? We will mention a simple line that priority should be given, but it is not available. We will use incremental rate. So now, how will you do the accounting? कैसे start करेंगे? First of all, we will do the calculation. Then we will write down in theory. पहले calculation कर लेते नीचे. Let me prepare a working note number here. Working note number or working note जो भी है. Or you can do simultaneously together also, no issues. Now, my year 1, 2, 3 cash flow क्या है? 10,000, 10,000, 15,000. Discount factor at what rate? It is 5%. So how much is this अगर Excel पर करो तो? Let me do one calculator only. 0.952, 0.907, 0.863. So DC, discounted cash flow. How much will you get? 31,535. Yes, sir. 31,535. Now, what is this? Can I say this is my lease liability? Yes, sir. But right to use कितना होगा? Debit, credit. Sir, lease liability is 31,535. After that, right of use asset कितना है? 35,535 plus 3,000 minus 1,000, because 1,000 I'm getting back. So this will be what? 33,535. Yes, sir. Now we have done the calc. Now I will start with this. What will I write down here? Can I say as per IFRS 16? What we will say here? At the commencement date, the lessee should recognize a right of use asset should recognize a right of use asset of 33, 32. No, it is 33. Sorry, my bad. 33, 535. 33, 535 and lease liability of how much? Lease liability of 31,535. That is discounting using excuse me, incremental rate as implicit rate is not given. You'll get 2 marks for this better. With calculation with this 2 marks done. Yes sir. So after this, what is the next thing we'll write down? Can I say lease liability? What should we do for lease liability? Lease liability I am writing the explanation now. You can write down lease liability is the present value of the minimum lease payment. Minimum lease payment. I will write down the sentence here. Why should I repeat the point? इधर ही लिख देते so that is the present value of minimum lease payment discounting using the incremental rate, that is 31535. Yes. Can I say right to use asset? How do we calculate right to use asset? Right to use asset is the measurement of what? Right to use asset is measured at initial value of lease liability plus net initial direct cost. Simple, sir. That is 33,535. Then what will I say? Can I say lease liability? What we follow for the lease liability? Can I say lease liability at the end of year one? No, we can say lease liability. Lease liability at the end of year one is unwinded. That is value कितना आ रहा है? So let us do 31,535 plus what? 31,535 into 5 percentage minus 10,000. So what is this value coming? That is 23,117. Lease liability at the end at the end of year one is unwinded, and and therefore and the carrying amount of lease liability is 23,117. Then you can mention current non-current depending upon the question की 4 marks का है 5 marks का है. Then can I say the what is the finance cost here? 31,535 into 5%, 1576. Can I say the finance cost on unwinding of lease liability is recorded in P&L under operating category, that is 1576 31535 into 5%. Yes sir, we are done with this. Then what is next thing? We are done with this. The next one, can we make the next points regarding your right to use asset? वही कर लेते चलो. See now, right to use asset says what sir? Can I say the right to use asset should be depreciated should be depreciated over the lease term over the lease term as Lease term as ownership is not transferred. Not transferred. That is, so what is the 33? How much did we record? 33? 535 divided by 3 years. Okay, let me make this as a separate sentence only. Can I say the depreciation recognized in P&L under operating category is 33535 divided by 3, 11178. Can I say the carrying amount? Last line, the last point. The carrying amount, of right of use asset as at the year end is the carrying amount recorded in the balance sheet under non-current asset. The carrying amount of right of use asset recorded in balance sheet under non-current asset is 33535 minus 11178. 33535 minus 1178. 22357. So with this, your accounting is done. I hope it was easy कि sir answer कैसे frame करते क्या करते. Yes. This detailed question I have not seen. As mentioned, the accounting for lesser is very rare, but if you know this, your sale and lease back will become easy, because first you have to calculate sale and lease back, and then you have to do the normal accounting in sale and lease back. Clear hai? The accounting.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So with this, the earlier case is done. Now we will come to advanced case. Now we will come to what, sir? Advanced case. Sir, in advance, what will happen? In advance, what will happen? What do you think? Advance में क्या होगा?
लीज पेमेंट बिगनिंग ऑफ द ईयर में हो जाएगी.
If lease payment are done in the beginning of the year, bete, will you discount each and everything then? If payments are made in advance, in that case, do we discount each and everything? Do we discount all the payments?
फर्स्ट ईयर वाली नहीं होगी, उसके बाद वाली तो होंगी.
Yes, okay, chalo, let me give you an example. First, let me paste this example. We will discuss basic scribble करके example लूंगा मैं. पहले ये कर लेता हूँ, so that will not waste time on this. किधर है ये इधर? It's simple, same copy paste. There is no such difference. एक ही difference है. What is that one difference? That the first payment we will not discount. Other than this, everything is same only. Yes. So see now, what does advance means? Simple. Advance का meaning क्या होता है? Sir, instead of receiving the payment at the end, we receive the payment at what now? Start of the year. Can I say year one payment? Can I say this is what? 31st? Sorry. Can I say this is 1st Jan 2000x2? As well as can I say this is 31st 12 2000x1? This point is what? It represents two things. 31st 12 2000 x1 and 1st January 2000 x2. Same case for everything. Yes sir. Now in this case bete, will you discount this first payment? Kabhi bhi nahi. We will not discount this first payment, sir. We will not discount this first payment. But instead, what should we do? Sir, we have to discount these four payments. We have to discount these four payments. But sir, what will be the lease liability before the payment? Before any payment, can I say this x plus x plus x plus x plus 10,000? Before any payment, my lease liability is what? Present value of these x plus 10,000. If I say what is the lease liability after the first payment, today I calculate the value. I calculate the value. After 10 minutes, 20 minutes, or half an hour, or 1 hour, or 2 hours, I do the payment. I make the first payment on that day only. So, what will be the value? Then the value only will be remaining. Present value of all this x. Yes, sir. यही है advance. See now, in case of advance, payment is done today, benefit is in future. Example, company A, 5 years, they have taken on rent. What is the annual payment, lease annual payment? 20,000 payable in advance, discount rate 10 percentage, useful life kitna hai? Sir, useful life is 5 years. Then initial direct cost kitna hai? Sir, initial direct cost is 2,000. So understand here. So the payment is done here, done here, done here, done here, done here. So when I discount bit, see here, I discounted 20,000, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. Discount factor DCF. So each and every value we will discount it. Each and every value we will discount it. But the first value we are not discounting, we are keeping as one only. It is same as 20,000. So the value will become what, sir? 83,380. Now, bete, when the value is 83,380, can I say this is before the payment? This 83,380 is before the payment. This is what, bete? Can I say this is present value of the lease liability after lease payment? After first lease payment. So what are the entries, sir? See, I record what? Can I say my right to use my lease liability is what, beta? 83,380. Right to use asset is 83,380 plus initial cost is how much? 2,000. So it becomes 85,380 and cash is going out. It is an initial direct cost. Sir, once we calculate these values after 1 hour or 2 hour or 3 hour, we are doing the first payment. When I do the first payment, what do? Debit lease liability, credit cash. So my lease liability will reduce and my cash is going out. Yes, sir. Now see, understand. Can I say this right to use asset includes all the values of lease liability? Each and everything it includes. So see now, opening balance is how much, sir? 83,380. Payment is how much, sir? 20,000 every year. On first day only payment is done. Then my revised opening balance is what? Can I say my revised opening balance is 63,380? On the 63,380, can I say we will apply interest, sir? So I am applying the interest here. Then we get the closing balance. Closing man. Same second year. 69,718. 20,000 revised opening on this interest. Yes or no? Why are we not applying interest on 83,000? Bete, when we discounted, can I say only these four cash flows are discounted? If you have discounted four cash flows, then interest also will be on that four cash flows only. So we have to discount it. When you do this, every year you do this, ultimately the value will come here zero only. Will come zero. Yes, sir. Then what should we do? Sir, PNL what we will record? Can I say in PNL this is your interest? Dekho. Every year I record this as the interest. Sir, depreciation means what, sir? I'll take the right to use asset divided by the lease term. I recorded depreciation. So I record depreciation every year same. Then coming to balance sheet. Sir, in balance sheet what? Can I say balance sheet I record non-current asset? I take the 85,000 minus the 17,000 as the depreciation every year. I record it. Now coming to current and non-current. Now coming to current and non-current. What is the issue? See here. Now, what is the closing balance here? I am standing on I am standing on 31st December 2000 x1. What is the liability I have? 69,718. Now out of the 69,718, what is the amount I am paying next year?
20,000.
20,000. So that will become what, sir? My lease liability. Can I say, everyone, this 20,000 which is there, in this 20,000, can I say interest is also included as well as the principal amount is also included? If we see, if I say my principal amount is this one, can I say when I take this amount, in this amount, the principal amount as well as interest is included both? See, ultimately we have discount 20,000. If you have discounted 20,000, that 20,000 when we discounted became 83. Can I say 83,380 is like a principal and the remaining is your interest if you think in that way? AKM. Yes, sir. So now out of this, sir, what is the current liability? See, so the current liability is what? This one. The non-current liability will be what? The balance between this. This will not be a non-current liability. Wrong हो जाएगा. वो नहीं है right answer. See, sir, this is the non-current liability. This is the non-current liability. That is 49,718. 49,718 is what, sir? Is your non-current liability. So 69,718 minus the payment which we are doing, minus the lease payment. The lease payment which we do will be your current liability and the balance will be non-current. So see, every year I've done that only. 20,000, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000, and I've shown the non-current liability. Only what is the one difference? The difference is the first payment should not be discounted. And when we do what? Segregation of current and non-current, current liability will always be the payment that is done in next year. So if payment is made in advance, then while calculating the present value of lease liability, the first payment should be ignored because it is paid today. ROU, all the lease payment should be included. Read the question carefully. अभी ये तो आपको मालूम है. So read the question carefully if what is mentioned in the exam. Yes, sir. So with this advanced case is also done. Any doubts to anyone in advanced case? No, no. So see here now. Lease amortization schedule payment is done in advance. What did we see? Opening balance minus lease liability. We got revised opening balance into the interest rate, incremental or implicit rate. Closing balance we get. Yes, sir. Then, sir, how should we separate it? Payments in advance. Current liability, non-current liability. So, current liability क्या होगा? Current liability is the payment which we are doing next year. The payment which we are doing next year. Yes, sir. Non-current liability क्या होगा? Non-current liability is carrying amount minus current liability part. In the above case, what did we do? Above case, what did we do first? There we did one simple thing. What was that simple thing? Ki sir, first we calculated non-current liability. Then we calculated current liability. But here, current liability is available. You will calculate non-current liability. So, this is of your advanced case. Any doubts to anyone in advance?
No, sir.
नहीं. क्वेश्चन करेगी समझ में आ गया. इसका एक क्वेश्चन ले लें. नहीं. चलो, लेट अस डू वन क्वेश्चन ऑन एक्सेल ओनली. सो यू विल गेट टू नो कि सर एक्सेल पर कैसे करते हैं. गिव मी. कैन यू सी द एक्सेल शीट?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now see here. The company A entered into a lease on 1st January 2000 X1 for 5 years. The annual lease payment is 20,000 payable in advance at the start of each year. The discount rate is what? The discount rate is 10%. The company incurred initial direct cost of 2,000. Okay, the lease is for a property used in business. Okay, it's for business with a useful life of what? 5 years. With a useful life of 5 years. Yes. Now calculate the lease liability at inception, etc. Normal calculation karna. So what will I write down here first of all? Can I say year? I will write down year. So what is it? How many years? One, two. No, 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 Baba. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, sir. After this, what we say? Cash flow. What is the cash flow every year? 20,000. Yes, sir. I paste it here. So we got, sir, we have done this. What is the discount factor? Discount factor at 10 percentage. So this will be 1. ये क्या होगा? Can I say this will be 1 divided by 1.10? So this is the value. So what is my DCF? So DCF, this into this value. I'll copy. I will paste it here. So what is this I'm getting? So this is my lease. Yes or no? Can I say this is a lease on what date? Can I say this is what? Lease liability on commencement date before before first payment. Yes sir. So entry क्या पास करेंगे? Debit credit. Lease liability. So what is that, sir? This is the value. Now everyone. Now right to use asset will be what? Is there any other cost? Plus C, 2000 initial cost is there. Yes sir, 2000 is the initial cost. Is your journal entry tallied? नहीं ना. So what will I? ये same example है क्या? अरे यार. Shit. It's the same example. अरे. No issues. It's 2000. Yes sir. So when payment is done, can I say when payment is done, what will happen? When the first payment is done, debit credit, it's your, we'll say lease liability. And sorry, cash is going out. What is the amount, sir? 20,000 on day one. Then what will be your opening balance? Opening balance will be what? Then you have payment. You have what, sir? We have your revised opening balance. We have interest. Then we have your closing balance, CV. So I say opening balance is where have value. What is, oh, this is your opening balance. So what we will say, payment is how much then? So this minus 20,000. My revised payment is minus 20,000. What is the revised opening balance? This plus this value. So the interest will be this into 10 percentage. Closing balance will be this plus this value. So here I will take, this is the balance. Then this will remain same. Then you have to copy paste, सारा कुछ हो जाएगा. I hope everyone you will be able to do this on Excel easily. कुछ problem नहीं होगा. Yes sir. This is the value which we got. Then what should we do? Can I say for right to use what we calculate?
Depreciation.
बस खाली depreciation करना है. So that is this value divided by 5 years. This is depreciation. Every year we have to do. I hope you got the lot. What will you write down if a question comes? Itna easy question aayega nahi. If it comes, you have to mention what is the closing balance, what is the current, non-current liability. Abhi, now out of this, what is the current and non-current? Current liability and my non-current liability. So current liability is what?
20,000.
20,000. And what is the non-current? So non-current is this value. Or we say non-current is what? This minus 20,000. वो भी एक ही है. It's ultimately that same value, no? Either you take it or either you do. This is the current non-current. So with this, the advanced cases then. I hope there is no doubts in advance. मेरे को याद नहीं था कि सेम ही क्वेश्चन है एक्सेल पर में. No issues. So with this, the base of this chapter, or I say major part, what you have to understand is this only. Here and there now, each and every new topic we'll be learning. What are the changes, etc. etc. Clear? I'll write down that. Also done. Same question. Yes, sir. Sure. With this part is done. Yes, sir. Now what we will do? Now this part advance is done. कौन सा हो गया हमारा? See, this is done. This is done. Now let us start with this recognition exemption. A very small topic. It will take, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes, not more than that. Yes. Now, what did I mention, everyone? I mentioned something known as recognition exemption. Recognition exemption kya tha? What was recognition exemption? That's let's take every year I am paying a lease payment of 10,000. Sir, what did we do normally? Class 11th and 12th, what did we learn? Expense, cash. But what is IFRS 16 saying us to do now? IFRS 16 is saying that you have to record right to use asset and lease liability. But IFRS 16 is saying what? IFRS 16 is saying that recognition exemption you can follow. Recognition exemption means what? That you need not do this accounting. You can follow this accounting which you have learned in your class 11, 12 or the basic general accounting. Standard is saying that instead of recording right to use asset and lease liability, what we can do? What we can do? We can record normal expense. So, what are the conditions? Some conditions are there. What are the conditions? We have to learn them. See, conditions are very simple. Two conditions are there. What is one condition? The standard is saying that if the lease term is less than 12 months or equal to 12 months, no need of discounting. Standard is saying if lease term, your lease term which is there, no, should be less than or equal to 12 months. Can I say if it is less than and equal to 12 months, it is better that we follow normal accounting rather than discounting? Yes, sir. Or what is the other thing? Or they say this is known as what? Short term exemption. इसको क्या बोलते हैं? Short term exemption. This is known as what? Low value asset. Low value asset. Whenever I purchase or whenever I take a low value asset on lease, I need not follow debit right to use as a credit lease liability. First point is clear. Sir, if the lease term is less than or equal to 12 months, no need to record right to use a lease liability. We can follow this also. No issues in that. It's a choice, huh? It's a choice. If the company want to record right to use asset lease liability, they can record. No issues in this. But standard is saying this is an option which is available. But it is better to follow this only. Recognition exemption. Yes, sir. No need to follow that. They're saying follow this. Now, low value asset means what, sir? So, what does a low value asset means? See, this low value asset is not defined in IAS and IFRS. It is based on the judgment of the company. Now, when we study in conceptual framework materiality, same principle applies here also. For me, if you say 50,000 is also a very important amount, it is material for me. But if I say 50,000 to Ambani, कुछ value नहीं है. So for Ambani, that 50,000 is low. For me, 50,000 is a huge amount. So low value asset, can I say, depends upon company to company. Depends on what, sir? It depends upon company to company. Simple. It depends upon company to company. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, simple. Kabhi, if this I have not seen any question in what SBR meant, but it is an important topic you should know. So let us see, sir. Recognition, exemption. Chalo. This is the type 3 question, but very rare. Very rare. So see everyday. Recognition, exemption. No need to record right to use and lease liability. That is short-term lease or lease of low value item. So short-term lease means what? If lease is 12 months or less and does not include any option to purchase or renew the contract. If we are saying short-term lease, then what is the other point? The other point is that renewal period should not be there and purchase option nahi hona chahiye. If renewal period is there, that means the lessee can renew it afterwards. So the standard is strictly saying that renewal period purchase option should not be there. Then it's a lease of low value. It is or, it is not and here. Lease of low value item. IFRS 16 does not define lease of low value asset. There is no specific definition, etc. Tablets, laptop, telephone, small personal computers, furnitures, fixtures, all are the examples of what? Low value item. ये सारा कुछ example किसका sir? Low value item. Then sir, will car be a low value item? Standard has strictly mentioned that car is not a low value item. Then sir, second hand car be a low value item? नहीं बाबा. This also will not be. See now, if tablet is taken for 3 years, can I say this tablet, if I've taken a tablet for 3 years, will recognition exemption apply for this?
Yes, sir.
Why we are saying yes? Because sir,
Because it's a low value asset and there is
yes,
a choice between
yes. Can
leased
I say
and
important point is that सबसे important point, sir, it is not a short term lease. It is not a short term lease. It's not a short term lease, but can I say it is what? A low value item. So we can apply recognition exemption. Yes, sir. No need to follow right to use lease liability. And all the companies will do this on. Yes, sir. So with this part is done. Now, चलो एक same जो example which let us take the example. See here, क्या example? Let's say I've taken a tablet for 3 years. Every year, how much I'm paying? 10,000, 12,000, 13,000. Total I'm paying 35,000. Sir, how should we do the accounting? See now, accounting कैसे करते हैं? Expense on either SLM basis. Sir, we should recognize expense on what basis? Recognize the expense on SLM basis over lease term or another systematic basis. So what should we do? Expense we should recognize on what basis? Sir, expense we should recognize on SLM basis or lease or SLM basis. That means straight line method based on lease term or any other systematic method. But most of the time we record on SLM basis only. So what will I do? I will do the total expense. I will divide by the lease term. And then every year I will record this as an expense. So see here. What is the amount here? 35,000 for 3 years. So what will I say? What is the expense every year? 11,663 66. So what is the entry I pass? Debit expense. What is the cash that is going out everyone? So cash is only going out of 10,000. So can I say remaining will be what for me? Remaining will be a liability, because standard is saying that calculate the total expense and record it over the period same amount. When we record over the period the same amount, the cash which we receive and the expense which we record will be totally different. मैच ही नहीं है इसका. So क्या करेंगे? We will record this as an expense and the remaining will be the liability. Yes sir. Then see one more example. Here I have taken 15,008 30,000 divided by 3 कितना है ये 10,000. Here what will I say? Here I will say, can I say cash is paid 15,000, expense is only 1,000 10,000? Can I say this is prepaid expense? Today only we are paying the expense. Yes sir. So prepaid, that is your asset or a liability can come, because the expense which we record is not equal to the amount received or paid. That is the reason. This is what your recognition exemption. This is your recognition exemption. चलो let me give a question regarding this. Okay. कुछ ऐसा क्वेश्चन नहीं है ना. हाँ ये रहा मिला. Yes. We have a question in your question bank only. I hope you can see the question.
Yes, sir.
Yes, चलो पढ़ो. On 1st August 2001, H entered into a contract with Top Tech to obtain the use of tablet computers for all of its 75 employees for a period of 3 years. H has agreed to pay a total of $350 for the use of the tablet. How much they are paying बेटे? एक टैबलेट के लिए कितना पे कर रहे हो? 350. And there are 75 employees. An initial deposit of $550 per tablet is payable at the start of the contract, and the balance is payable in 3 equal installments at the end of the lease term. So how much they are paying today? Only 50. And the remaining when they will pay? At the end of each year in 3 equal installments. Yes sir. Hedge is keen to reduce the level of debt in the statement of financial position in order that it does not need breach bank covenants. What they are saying, it needs to reduce its debt. Can I say lease liability will affect your gearing ratio? Lease liability will affect your gearing ratio. Now they want to reduce it. So that is the reason they are following recognition exemption here. Discuss how this should be recorded. Now tablet is what better? Can I say tablet is a low value asset?
Yes,
Tablet is
sir.
a low value asset. So we will recognize. Can I say your liability also will be there? We have to see, no? So let us first do the calculation here. Then, so 350 into 75 employees. कितना होता है total? The total is 26,250. But what is the payment we have received? Total expense. Payment received. That is 75 into 50. 3,750. Yes, sir. 3,750. But what is the expense we have to recognize, beta? This is the expense for how many years? They mentioned that discuss how much is the expense for 31st December. We have entered into contract on 1st August. 3 years, okay. 3 years the period. Yes, sir. So what is the expense for the first year? Okay, let us start. Let me do here for the first year expense. Can I say 26,250 divided by 3 into August means how many months? 5
5
months.
months.
So कितना आ रहा है ये expense? 26,250 divided by 3 into 15 divided by 12. 3646. Yes, sir. But bete, we have recorded the expense of 3646. But what is the payment we have received today only? First year में कितना payment मिल गया? 3,750. Can I say this excess will be what? Prepayment. कितने का excess? Excess 3646 will be your excess payment. That is 104. Yes, sir. 104 is your excess payment. So prepayment record करेंगे. Now the question is discuss. See, this is an SBR style of question. Discuss how hedge should apply IFRS 16 leases when accounting for tablets. Now this is the basic of that. Now let us start with the solution. So what we say, can I say as per IFRS 16, can I say lease of tablets qualify as low value asset, qualify as low value asset. See, can I say individual tablet we see is it's okay, but when we see from a group point of view तो ज़्यादा होगा. But we see here individually, if you see 75 into the tablet price, it will be too big. But we are talking from an individual asset point of view here as a low value asset. Can I say? Therefore, therefore IFRS 16, therefore IFRS 16, what will apply? Recognition exemption. Exemption can be applied. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now what we will say here? Can I say recognition exemption? Recognition exemption. What is recognition exemption? Recognition exemption requires that lease payment are recognized as an expense, are recognized as an expense over what better?
Lease term.
Are recognized as an expense over the lease term on SLM basis, straight line method. You can mention. Yes, sir. Can I say the total cost of leasing the tablets is 26,250, that is 75 into 215. Can I say therefore the monthly expense is 26,250 divided by 3, and then divided by again 12 is 729. 729. 729. Can I say therefore the expense recognized for the current year is 729 into 5 months, 3645. under operating category. Therefore, the expense recognized in P&L for the current year can mention in P&L for the current year is this under the operating category. Yes, sir. After this, what we say, better? After this, what should we discuss here? Can I say the next sentence will be regarding which one?
Prepayment.
Prepayment. What is the point we will write down? Can I say the cash received is how much? The cash received is, give me 1 minute. Yeah. Next one. After this, what we say in simple words, we can say that, can I say the initial payment received, the initial payment received is 250 into 50, 3,750 here. Can I say the initial payment received is 3,750 on 1st August 2000 X1 and is recorded as a prepayment, and released to P&L as an expense. Can I say at 31st December 2000 X1, the remaining prepayment balance is, how much was this difference? Is 104, that is 3750 minus 3646, sir. So I tell you the remaining prepayment balance is this, and recognized as an recognized as current asset. Yes. So with this part is done. This part is done. Yes, sir. So with this, your recognition exemption basic question is done. We have taken an example. We have written how should we frame the points, etc. So with this recognition exemption, as mentioned, will not take more than 10 to 15 minutes. हो गया. So with this part is done. अभी क्या topic है? Now what is the topic we'll be doing? Now sale and leaseback. Very important topic and very interesting topic. If you understand the logic, done. If you understand the logic, your work is done. Then what we will do? We will do sale and leaseback basic part. The first type. We will take a break, come back and do the remaining two questions and lease and non-lease component. So that in tomorrow's class we will do remeasurement, finance operating lease, this one, and modification also. So now let us start with sale and leaseback. Let me explain the basic about this, which you have covered in your F7 also. Now see everyone, sale and leaseback का meaning क्या होता है? What do you mean with this term, sale and leaseback? Let's say a person A is there, B is there. Let's take an example that a person A is there and a person B is there. Sir, A क्या कर रहा है? Simple that excuse me, A is selling to whom, sir? Selling to B. A ने क्या किया? Today A is selling an item to B, that is an asset. And again what A is doing? Again what A is doing? A is again taking this asset back on lease. So this is known as sale and lease back. इतना ही है सेल एंड लीज बैक. सेल एंड लीज बैक मीन्स व्हाट? A is selling to B, and what A is doing? A is again taking this machine from B on lease. A is again taking this machine from B on lease. Yes, sir. So now in this case, what should we do? Now understand that. Now when will you say, sir, it is a sale? Now when will I say that I have done a sale? This has some conditions. This condition we will be learning it on next Sunday, Saturday, Sunday. That is your IFRS 15. In IFRS 15, we learn a topic known as control. But as of now, we have done control in what? So control we have learned in conceptual framework. We have learned in what? IFRS 16. But here, the conditions regarding sale is what? Control. As well as what? Performance obligation is satisfied or not. Performance obligation is satisfied. So to be a sale, that means A will sell this asset to B. So in exam, sir, it will be easy for you to identify. It will not be too complex. A is selling to B, simple. Yes, sir. When A is selling and if control is transferred, if the sale is done in reality, not only on paper, if sale is done in reality, it's a sale. Then what A will do? A will again take this back on lease. So what A is doing? Can I say A क्या कर रहा है? A is removing the asset. Yes, sir. And bringing in what? And bringing in the lease asset. Yes, sir. A is removing the asset and bringing in the lease asset. So now what should we do here? Understand. Can I say why will a company do this? Why will a person having his own asset will sell and again take it back on lease? First of all, ये क्यों करते हैं? What do you think, बेटा?
In order to get instant cash
Yes
in
or no?
hand.
Basic can I say to get cash? Simple, sir. Cash मिलना चाहिए अपन को. The company is in liquidity problem. They need cash, so they are selling and again taking back on lease. If they take back on lease, they need to pay the payment slowly. अगर आज 10 lakh rupees मिल गया है, every year I have to pay 50,000, 50,000, 50,000. So I'm getting a good amount today. Yes, sir. See, again, this topic will have a link with your repurchase agreement in your IFRS. It is combined sometimes to confuse you. Examiner will confuse you by bringing IFRS 16 and IFRS 15 together. So be clear with this, that performance obligation should be satisfied and again it should be taken on lease. Yes, sir. Now, yes, sir. Sir, if the condition is not satisfied, sir, अगर ये सेल ही नहीं है तो क्या होगा? See, there are two things: sale, no sale. Sir, if it is sale, excuse me, sale and lease back. If it is not a sale, then what will happen? Normal accounting. What normal accounting, sir? Financial liability. Financial liability. Sir, if I'm saying I'm selling an asset and again taking back on lease, sale and lease back, we will apply when the performance obligation or performance is satisfied. IFRS 15 conditions are satisfied. Sir, if not, sir, conditions are not satisfied. Sir, मैंने asset बेचा ही नहीं है. If you have not sold the asset, still you have received the money. If IFRS 15 condition is not satisfied and you are saying ki, sir, I am selling the asset but conditions are not satisfied, it's not a sale as per IFRS 15. In that case, what will happen? So that means I have the asset with me only. Yes, sir. As well as, can I say the amount which I receive, I will record this as what? Financial liability. Financial liability means what, sir? Loan. Financial liability means what, sir? A loan we will recognize. Simple. Loan we will recognize. Yes, sir. इतना ही है. Yes, sir. But sale and leaseback, what should we do, sir? Here, if it is a normal accounting loan, will you de-recognize your asset? Will A de-recognize his assets? No, Baba. A will do the normal accounting. That is simple. A will record debit, cash, credit, loan and do the accounting. They will not de-recognize the asset. But in case of this one, sir, we have to remove the asset. Remove the asset means de-recognize. So debit credit क्या होगा जब मैं remove करूंगा asset को? When I remove the asset, what will happen?
Bank account debit to asset.
Bank account debit to asset. Chalo, I say that today the carrying amount of the asset is 10,000. Carrying amount means in my books. I say the fair value of the asset is 12,000. Selling price is also 12,000. Selling price भी 12,000 है, fair value भी 12,000 है. This is the first case. Case 1 where selling price and fair value is equal. Yes. Now say me कितना आ रहा है? Sir, 12,000 is coming in. Yes, sir. Cash is coming in. Asset is going out for 10,000. Then what should I record? Can I say I should record lease liability and ROU? Lease liability, how do we record? Present value of lease liability. So I say your present value of the lease liability is 8,000. Or let's say the present value of the lease liability is 9,000. Yes, sir. It's 9,000. Can I say 9,000 I will record this lease liability? Yes, sir. I will record this as a liability. Yes. Sir, now right to use asset at what value will recognize? Question mark, सबसे बड़ा question mark यही तो है. So see here now, my selling price and the fair value are same. So present value of the lease liability is 9,000. Yes, sir. Now see everyone. Now say me the asset which you are selling has a carrying amount of how much? 10,000. Now can I say the carrying amount is 10,000? Can I say out of this 10,000 only you are retaining some portion and some portion you are selling? Think logically. I have an asset I am selling and I am taking back on lease. So that means what? Can I say some part of the asset I am selling and some part I am retaining myself to use?
Yes, sir.
यही तो हो रहा है ना लॉजिक. इफ यू अप्लाई लॉजिक, सर फर्स्ट आई एम सेलिंग but notional, what is the thinking behind that? That I'm selling and I'm purchasing back to use it. Can I say that means out of that 10,000 carrying amount, some part I'm retaining and some part I'm selling? So whenever I sell something, what will come? Gain or loss? Sir, now some part I have retained. That some part is known as what? Right to use asset. Right to use asset. That some part. How do we calculate the some part? Sir, the value is 10,000 carrying amount. Into what should you apply? If you remember your F7, you can say me. क्या अप्लाई करते इस पर? If you remember. सर याद नहीं है सर. See this into what is the fair value button? Fair value of the asset is 12,000. Out of that 9,000. Can I say total fair value कितना market में? Today the market value is how much? Everyone 12,000. But I am paying lease liability of how much? 9,000. Can I say this is the proportion which I am retaining in my business? Yes or no? In the market the value is 12,000 but I am paying lease liability of 9,000. That means can I say what is the percentage here? Can I say 75 percentage I am retaining? Value in the market is 12,000 Baba. In market 12,000 is the rate but I am paying 9,000. In future if I discount that it is 9,000. Can I say that means 75 percentage I'm retaining, 25 percentage is sold? So this is the way you calculate what's a you calculate your right to use asset, that is carrying amount into present value of the lease liability divided by present value fair value of the asset, fair value of the asset, not the selling price, fair value of the asset. So कितना हो जाएगा ये 75 means can I say it will become 7,500? Yes, sir. So now see whether in which side do you have balance. For sure credit side में balance होगा. 500. This 500 will be what? Gain on sale of the asset. Which asset, sir? That 25 percentage का asset. दिस इज सेल एंड लीज बैक, इसके अलावा कुछ नहीं है. दिस इज योर सेल एंड लीज बैक. दिस इज सेल एंड लीज बैक. So what are we doing, sir, in sale and leaseback? What is the first condition? So the first condition is what? So the first condition is whether the conditions are satisfied or not. Whether IFRS 15 conditions are satisfied. If IFRS 15 conditions are satisfied, it becomes sale and leaseback. Yes, sir. If IFRS 15 conditions are not satisfied, it will not be a sale and leaseback. We will do the normal accounting. Then what should we do, sir? Sir, if sale conditions are being met, we remove the assets, sir. We record bank account at the selling price, sir. Then what we do, sir? Then right to you lease liability I record, sir. Right to use asset I record based on what? The proportion of the right retail, that is carrying amount, into present value of lease liability divided by fair value of the asset. Then, sir, whether it's a debit or whether it's a credit, debit means loss, credit means gain. This is an easy method to do the accounting, to calculate the gain. There are other methods also to calculate the gain, which we will do. Which we will do. Now, say me, what is the selling price? Selling price is 12,000. What is this? Carrying amount. What is my ultimate gain, everyone? Sir, ultimate gain is 2,000. Ultimate gain is kya? 2,000. If ultimate gain is 2,000, what will happen? Ultimate gain is 2,000. So in this case, can I say out of this gain, 75 percentage relates to what? Right retained. How much is this? 1,500. What is the gain for the asset sold? 500. Either you do this way with the journal entry or either you do this way. Calculate the total gain. Then step one is calculate the total gain. Then what should we do? Then you have to do what? One simple thing. What is that one simple thing, sir? One simple thing is that calculate what? Calculate the gain first. Then calculate the gain relating to right retained. Can I say this 1,500 is relating to right retained? It's not sold. We are only having. But the remaining is what? Gain relating to right transferred. Right transfer. This is your sale and leaseback accounting. Doubt? So then, as mentioned, sale and I hope everyone understood the basic of this. What we'll do, we'll take a break now, come back and understand what? All the three cases. क्या है क्या नहीं है. Okay?
Yes, sir.
अभी 12:25 है. Be back by 12:40. चलो चलो back. Yes, back.
Yes, sir.
So now, as mentioned, sale and leaseback very important. If you see your past papers, now there are more than 5 to 6 questions regarding sale and leaseback, and सारा कुछ एक ही तरह का है. There are three cases, and if you see in three cases, two cases are different. The first case we have done where fair value is equal to selling price. Let me explain each and everything again. See now, sir, A is that A is selling an item to B. Yes or no? In that case, yes, they are selling when we say it satisfies the condition, when IFRS 15 conditions are satisfied. And then A will do what? A will again take this asset back from whom, sir? From B on lease. So at that time A will become lessee, B will become lesser. So what do we do, sir? We remove the asset, sir. We record lease liability, we record cash that is received as per the selling price, whatever we are selling, whatever is the amount we are receiving. Yes, sir. And then what? And then we recognize right to use asset. When you recognize right to use asset, better, how do you recognize right to use asset? Right to use asset is what? Right. This is what? This is relating to right retained. Can I say this gain which we record in P&L, or this is relating to what? Right transferred. Right transferred. So simple. Yes, sir. So see now this, if control is not passed, sir, control pass nahi hua. If control is not passed, what did I mention? If condition is not satisfied, a transaction should be accounted as a financial transaction loan for the lessee, debit bank credit loan. Asset is not de-recognized. A, that is the lessee, will do the normal accounting, but whatever is the amount they receive, they'll recognize this as a loan. Then control passed, control pass and transfer is, means control is passed or transferred. In that case, transaction should be recorded as a sale and lease back. For lessee, de-recognize the asset at carrying amount. जो भी books में value है उसको de-recognize कर देते अपन. We will de-recognize it. Yes, sir. Then record ROU, record right to use asset, and record lease liability, sir. So see now, if transfer does qualifies as a sale, then the seller lessee must measure the right to use asset as the proportion of the previous carrying amount that relates to the right retained. The initial value of the right to use asset is therefore they mention only relating to the portion which we are retaining. For that only we should recognize ROU. Yes, sir. That will be how much? Fair value of the lease liability. Whatever is the fair value of the lease liability. Yes, sir. Then divided by fair value of the asset. Fair value of the lease liability का meaning क्या है? What does fair value of the lease liability means? Present value of the lease liability into previous carrying amount. This means that the seller lessee will recognize a profit or loss based only on the right transferred to the buyer, that is lesser. Yes, sir. So see here now, sale proceed, bank going out, right to use coming in, then lease liability, then the difference is what? Gain or loss. Sir, how do we record this gain or loss? If it is a PP or intangible asset in operating category, if it is investment property, investing category. So this is the basic logic behind sale and leaseback. Control should be transferred. Yes, sir. So now see, let us do the where the selling price is equal to this one. Now see everyone, एक एग्जांपल लेता हूं इधर मैं. सर कैरिंग अमाउंट इज 100, सर. कैरिंग अमाउंट कितना है? कैरिंग अमाउंट इज 100. Now, when carrying amount is 100, I say your fair value is 120, selling price is 120. The present value of lease liability I say is 90. So, what is the gain? How do we record it? कैसे करते हैं इसको? See, sir, debit credit, asset going out at 100. So, sale proceed coming in or bank, that is 120. So, lease liability कितना है? 90. ROU, how do we calculate ROU? So carrying amount into present value of lease liability divided by fair value of asset. So what is the carrying amount? 100 into present value of lease liability 90 divided by 120. That is 75. So the difference is which side? किस साइड डिफरेंस आ रहा है? 195 on debit side. It's a loss or gain? It's a loss. So anything can happen. Yes, sir. Understood? Sir, what is the other method also?
Sir, it should be a gain of 5.
हाँ हाँ, सॉरी सॉरी सॉरी, माय बैड. ये टोटल क्रेडिट. It's a gain. Credit gain, yes, 195 and 190 only, no? Correct. It's a gain. Sir, this is one of the method. Sir, now whenever a question comes, what should we mention? Simple, better. These 5 points in theory. Calculate it and mention it, you will get full marks. In one of the recent exam, journal entry was also tested. A 14 to 16 mark question came, which was very basic. The question was what, no? What should you do if the control is transferred, if control is not transferred with journal entry? And then a case was given. First, normal you have to mention each and everything. Technical knowledge for 10 to 12 marks. एक ही question में. And then 4 marks was regarding a scenario. So a lot of time we have seen that lease coming for 10 to 12 marks. So you have to be good with this again. This is, sir, we will write what simple line. See, first point. The as the control is satisfied, the asset will be sale and lease back accounting will be done. In that case, asset will be de-recognized. Sir, bank or asset will be de-recognized. We will recognize right to use asset and lease liability. So lease liability is recorded at the present value of this one. Sir, then ROU is recorded was right to use asset is recorded based on the right retained. That is how carrying amount into this one. Give this formula, you'll get marks and mention the amount. Then what will say? Sir, the gain is recognized on what? Gain or loss is recognized based on what? The right transferred. This is the way man. So what is the other method to calculate gain? See, the other method is what? Step 1, step 2, step 3. Total gain कितना है इधर हमारा? 120,
20.
120. Out of this, we have to separate it. Right retain, right transfer. Can I say this formula which we are using is regarding what? Right retained. So if I take this 20 into if I apply right retained formula, right retained formula, तो मेरे को कितना मिलेगा?
15.
15. Yes बेटे, 15 you will get. Now total gain कितना है? Minus right retained का gain. Whatever is the gain relating to right retained, will get what? Gain or loss on what?
Right transfer.
Right transfer. These are the two methods. Whichever way you're comfortable, you can do it. That is 20 minus 15 is equal to 5. ये simple accounting करना है आपको. This is the first case where fair value is equal to selling price. Simple. Now chalo, let us do a question. Please read this question better. पहला केस का क्वेश्चन है. Then second case, third case. Second, third case are very easy. One adjustment is that simple. A small adjustment which we have to do. On 1st January 2004, B sells an item of equipment to F. किसने किसको सेल किया? B is selling to F for its fair value of $1 million. The equipment had a carrying amount of 800,000 prior to the sale. Carrying amount fair value is given. This sale represents the satisfaction of performance obligation in accordance with IFRS 15 revenue from contract with customer. Okay, is this satisfying this performance obligation ka condition? Yes, sir. Then B enters into a lease contract with F for right to use the equipment for next 4 years. They are entering into this one. Annual payment of 200,000 are due at the end of each year. The interest rate implicit is 9%. The present value of annual lease payment is this one. The remaining useful life of the machine is much greater than the lease term. This you will understand later. Abhi nahi. Now explain how B will account for this transaction. Now you only say. Can I say it's a for sure lease and sale and lease back calculation? Yes, we will do it. We will explain each and everything. So we are done with this. So what is the first sentence we will write down here? Hmm. Can I say as per IFRS 16, as per IFRS 16, it is a, as per IFRS 16, it is a sale and leaseback transaction as IFRS 15, as per IFRS 15, as per IFRS 15, performance obligation is satisfied. As per IFRS 16, it is a sale and leaseback. As IFRS 15, performance obligation is satisfied. So, what will B company do? Can I say B will de-recognize the asset and recognize what bete? And recognize right to use asset and lease liability based on the right
Retained.
retained and gain or loss based on right.
Right transferred.
See, even though you can write separately, even though you can first write on D, recognize the carrying amount, recognize the asset, no issue. I have written one point which includes each and everything. Now I'll say the carrying amount. Can I say kitna hai carrying amount idhar? Can I say the carrying amount of the asset, that is 800,000, should be de-recognized. Should be de-recognized. Yes. Then can I say the then what? Can I say the lease liability? Can I say lease liability is recorded? Lease liability is recorded at present value of the minimum lease payment, that is 620 650. Then can I say right of use asset is recognized based on the right retained. Yes sir, based on the right retained. Simple. That is कैसे कैलकुलेट करेंगे ये? Right retained, that is carrying amount into present value of the lease liability divided by fair value of the asset. कितना आ रहा है ये अपन को?
5,20,000.
Into 650 divided by लीज लाइबिलिटी है ना?
Yes, sir. Fair value is 1
1
million.
million. Here selling price दोनों equal है, nothing is mentioned, so it will be how much did you get बेटे?
5,20,000.
5,20,000. Yes sir. After this ये भी हो गया, ये भी हो गया. अभी क्या करना है? Can I say the gain is recognized? Can I say gain? Let's say whether gain or loss. Can I say gain or loss is, I don't know what is the gain or loss. First I'm mentioning, then I'll correct my sentence. Gain or loss is recognized on the sale of, no, no, no. gain or loss is recognized on what basis? Gain or loss is recognized only on the portion, only on the portion, only on the portion of right transferred. अभी that is कितना है gain अभी?
70,000.
70,000. Okay, it's a gain only. Gain is recognized. You mentioned कि सर यही है तो मैं यही कर देता हूँ. Gain is recognized only based on the proportion the right transferred, that is 70,000. Okay बेटे, how did we calculate the 70,000? Step 1, total gain कितना है? Total gain is 1 million minus 800,000, that is $200,000. Then gain relating to right retail, that is 200,000 into कितने का वैल्यू है? 650,000 divided by 1 million. How much did you get here? 130. Step 3.
Yes, sir.
Then gain relating to right transferred. So 2 lakh minus 130, 70 आ गया. Yes sir, 70 done. Gain is recognized on the proportion of the right transfer, that is in P&L under operating category. ये भी होगा. After this, what should we do? Can I say right to use asset and lease liability? Can I say lease liability unwinding should be done or not? Lease liability unwinding should be done and interest is recorded in P&L. Okay, कितना है interest? That is, if you can calculate the interest, 650,000 into what are the percentage here? 9 percentage. 58,500. You can calculate the carrying amount also. You can mention. And can I say the carrying amount of lease liability is what? 6,50,000 plus 58,500 minus कितना payment कर रहे हैं every year? What is the payment we are doing here? 200,000. Yes sir, minus 200,000. So you get the value. So 650,000 50. Yes sir. Yes sir. Then what we say? Can I say right of use asset is depreciated and the depreciation is recorded in P&L. That is, what is the depreciation? Right to use asset कितना था हमारा? If you remember, we had calculated here 520,000. Sir, 520,000 divided by how many years this was lease? कितना साल का lease था ये? If you remember, this was a lease for
4 years.
4 years. Yeah, 4 years. So how much is this? 520 divided by 4, 130. That is 130 is recorded in P&L under operating category, and the carrying amount in the balance sheet relating to right to use asset or right of use asset is 520 minus 130. How much is 390? So this is the first case is done. If you have understood the first case as mentioned, the other cases are what, sir? Easy only. Okay, sir. समझ में आया how to frame the answer? If you see, as mentioned, there are 6 to 7 questions regarding this one on this topic only. So question number 1 is done. Now chalo, where selling price is more than the fair value. Then we will come to selling price less than the fair value. Some few points are there which you have to understand. So see here now, what are the few points? So see here, sale and lease back again. I say here, A is there, B is there. A is selling. So can I say IFRS 15 conditions are satisfied? IFRS 15 conditions are satisfied. Now, the carrying amount kitna hai, sir? Sir, the carrying amount is 100, I say. Carrying amount is how much? Carrying amount is 100. Simple. Carrying amount is 100. The selling price is, and the fair value. I say the fair value is 120 and the selling price is 150. Now, you only assume, bete, today I am selling an asset to you. In my books, the carrying amount is 100. But in the market, the fair value relating to that asset is how much? 120. If you purchase from market, you can purchase at this price. But now, if you can purchase this asset at this price, why will you purchase this at 150? Yes or no? Why will B
Yes.
purchase? Is B a fool to purchase at 150? No. But I say to assume that I am a person known B is that. I am selling an asset. He also is saying, I am also saying that the value in the market is 120 only. But I am saying to B, I will sell you for 150 only. I need 150 from you. He is saying, why will I give you 30 rupees extra? 30 rupees extra. But I say I need 150 today only. Whatever you do, you give me 150 today. Okay, then B will say what? Okay. Understand, Rahul. One thing we can do, that is 120 I will give relating to the asset. This one out of 150, 120 I will give relating to the asset. But the other point, what is the standard saying? B is saying what? Understand, Baba. I'm not a fool to give you 150. I will give you 120 as per the market terms. I will not make a loss for you. But instead, क्या करूंगा मैं? Instead, this 30 which is there, I will give you as a loan. I will give you as a loan. I will give you as a loan. Simple. यही है. Whenever the selling price is more than the fair value, that means that excess element is treated as what better?
Loan.
Loan. So now, sir, when A is paying the lease payment, when A is doing the lease payment, can I say in that lease payment, this loan payment are also included? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Now, in that case, the accounting becomes too complex. You have to separate this, etc. I have never seen a question in SBR aisa wala, where you have to separate the amount also, you have to do lease calculation also, you have to do IFRS 9 accounting also. I have not seen both the questions coming together. कभी आया नहीं. हाँ, it is part of your syllabus. Syllabus में ये topic है. But this type question we have never seen in any exam. But you should know. Yes, sir. Is this clear that excess part is treated as what? A liability. Simple.
Yes, sir.
Chalo, let us take an example and do one question relating to this. Hmm. So see better example. Carrying amount 100 itaba. What are the selling price there? Let me take same, but only I'll increase the value. कॉपी कर देता हूँ ना इसको. See है ना. Instead of my selling price being 120, कितना बना देता हूँ इसको मैं? 150. I will make 150. Yes, sir. Now you only say me in this. What is the additional component here? It's a loan. So let me say. Can I say out of this 150, कितना है? For sure, this one what we say? 120 is for this one. 30 will be treated as a financial liability, a loan, sir. Financial liability. So So क्या I say my present value of this also 90 रहने देते कोई नहीं issue. हाँ चलो now sir what is the first thing we do? Can I say we de-recognize the asset बेटे? First of all we de-recognize the asset. Yes sir. Now when we de-recognize the asset what should we do? Sir we have de-recognized the asset. Simple done. Now lease liability. Can I say this lease liability which I have recorded 90 is wrong or not? The lease liability which I have recorded 90 is wrong or right? Wrong, na? In this loan is also included. Or either I should write simple liability. But here both the things are included together. So what will I do? Yeah, 90 is the liability which I have to pay. But in this, what is included? The loan part. So what will I say here? Lease liability I will make it 60 and credit loan I will make what? 30. Correct hai? Yes, sir. Now, see the next part bit here. The important part here. Sir, asset is done, sir. This done, sir. This done, sir. Sale proceeds कितना होगा बताओ मुझे अभी. What are the proceeds you will receive?
150.
हाँ 150 ये चेंज हो गया 150. This is the change we have done. Then can I say my right to use asset calculation change होगा कि नहीं?
नहीं होगा.
नहीं होगा. Present value of the lease liability तो भी 60 हो गए ना.
Yes sir, yes.
ये हटा देता हूँ. Fair value तो is 120 only. Now say me carrying amount is what sir? Sir 100 is our carrying amount. What is our carrying amount? Sir carrying amount is 100. Fair value of the lease liability कितना है?
60.
60. Fair value of this asset is what now? 120. ये कितना आएगा? 50 आएगा. So I say my right to use asset is what now? 50. मेरा gain कितना आएगा? Can I say gain will come to 30? Check it once कि gain correct आ रहा है कि नहीं. Here also values will change. ये वाला
सर 10 का आएगा.
10 का आएगा.
यस सर. वो
10 एकदम.
200 है. टोटल डेबिट साइड
हाँ
200 है
हाँ
और
50
क्रेडिट
बड़ा.
साइड
यस
50.
यस यस यस. ऊपर 50 बड़ा है ना, मैंने वो नहीं कंसीडर किया. 10 इज द गेन बेटे. 10 इज द गेन. ओके चलो. अभी टोटल गेन कितना निकला अपन का?
50.
दैट इज नो 50 इंटू व्हाट बेटे? 50 इंटू व्हाट? हम्म.
50%.
हाँ तो कितना आ रहा है? 25. तो 25 आना चाहिए. किधर मिस्टेक किया? 2. अरे बाबा 150 प्लस 50 ये 200 हो गया. ये 100 हो गया. 60 प्लस 30. हाँ 10 का गेन है. देन व्हाट इज द मिस्टेक वी हैव डन? करेक्ट है ना सारा कुछ वैल्यू? और इज देयर अ मिस्टेक हियर? What is the mistake? 3 minus. Mhm. अरे नहीं बाबा, अरे यार, सी यार ना, ये जो टोटल गेन निकाला ना अपन ने,
Yes.
इधर ही मिस्टेक है, फेयर वैल्यू लेना चाहिए. Here we will take what? Fair value. Total gain, how do you calculate? Fair value minus. क्यों वो 30, तो that 30 is what? The 30 is loan, no? Fair value minus carrying amount. 120 minus 100, 20 into 50, 10 percentage, 20 minus 10, 10. आ रहा है अभी.
Okay, sir.
See what this fair value is 120. No, profit तो fair value के हिसाब से. This 30 additionally we have treated is that what? Treated as per loan. इधर देखो मैंने, इधर ये देखो fair value लिया हुआ है, not the selling price. अरे मैं वो सोचा कि मिस्टेक किधर है. यस सर, ये ठीक है, अभी समझ में आ गया केस.
Yes, sir.
अभी चलो इसका क्वेश्चन करते हैं, किधर है. आई होप यू कैन सी दी क्वेश्चन बेटे. तो चलो लेट अस सॉल्व दिस. क्या बोल रहा है क्वेश्चन, देखते हैं चलो. On 1st January 2008, J enters into a sale and leaseback to sell for 1 million an asset, and that has a carrying amount of 600,000 and fair value of this one. Can I say your selling price is more than what? Fair value. So obviously this is case number 2, at selling price is more, fair value is less, that difference will be liability part. Yes sir. Then a contract exists, benefits are to be transferred. A price is given and a performance obligation has been satisfied. So performance obligation has been satisfied, simple. Therefore, the criteria for IFRS 15 have been met and J can treat the transaction as a sale and leaseback in accordance with IFRS 15. J will make 10 annual lease payment of $105,000, $115,000. The interest rate implicit is 5%. The cumulative discount rate for the annuity from 1 to 10 years is 7.72. Can I say instead of giving the present value, they have given the annuity factor? What does annuity factor means? Can I say when we discount 1 year, first year discount factor, second year discount factor, third year discount factor, उसका टोटल है ये. देखो इधर, annuity factor means what? Every year you will have discount factor. Here. The total of this is known as what? Annuity factor. This is discount factor, discount factor, discount factor. When we do the total of these all, it becomes annuity factor. Yes, sir. वही है इधर. Discuss how the sale and leaseback should be accounted. चलो then बेटे. अभी what is the first sentence you'll write down? IFRS condition. ये रिकॉर्ड करेंगे सच. So what is the first sentence I'll write down? As per IFRS 16, the conditions are satisfied. So either J will de-recognize the asset and recognize right to use a lease liability based on the right retained and gain or loss on the right transfer. So first one, what is the first point you will write up? Can I say the carrying amount of the asset to be de-recognized is $600,000. Then can I say the present value of the lease liability is 115,000 into 7.72. What is this value? The present value of,
8,87,800.
can I say the present value of lease payment? No, the present value of payment is, first of all, is 8,87,800. Out of this, what we say? Can I say as the selling price is more when, okay, we can write down this point here only. Either, can I say, in the given case, the selling price is more than the fair value of the asset, than the fair value of the asset. Yes, sir. Is more than the fair value of the asset. Therefore, can I say the excess is treated as what? As a financial liability, as a loan. Yes, sir. So the present value of the payment is this. The lease liability, I say, therefore the lease liability, therefore the lease liability is 88780 minus what is the excess bit? Excess kitna है इधर? $100,000. Yes, sir. So $100,000, 787,800. Yes, sir. You can mention here only that the what, instead of making a different point, we can include therefore is treated as the financial liability. That is what, selling price minus fair value, $100,000. Yes, sir. So this is done. Then what we say? Can I say right to use asset? Right to use asset is recognized. Right to use asset is recognized based on, or right to use asset is measured is measured as a proportion of right retained. कितना है वो? Carrying amount is 600,000 into 787,800 divided by fair value कितना था? 9 lakhs. Yes, sir. In the example, did we take fair value? Ah, yes, we have taken fair value. 6 lakhs into 787. अरे no, sir. 9 lakh. 525 I'm getting. The value of the right to use asset. Can I say gain कितना होगा बेटे इधर? Can I say gain?
सॉरी लीज लायबिलिटी कैसे आई 7,87,800 मतलब
बेटे
1 लाख
हाँ 1 लाख माइनस ये वाला 8878 माइनस 1 लाख.
सेलिंग प्राइस तो 10 लाख है 1 मिलियन है मतलब
बट सेलिंग प्राइस नहीं ले रहे ना. वी आर टेकिंग द प्रेजेंट वैल्यू ऑफ द पेमेंट्स.
ओके
प्रेजेंट वैल्यू जो भी पेमेंट कर रहे हैं वो पेमेंट में तो इंक्लूड है ना 1 लाख. What did I mention? See here, I mentioned that whenever I, this excess is 30, can I say this 30 is included in this lease liability or not?
यस सर
तो मैंने वो रिमूव किया. Present value of the lease payment was 887,800 minus 1 lakh I have done.
ओके
तो कितना है? 787,800. Yes.
ठीक है
Gain relating to the right, gain relating to the right transferred is recognized in P&L. That is, how do we calculate the gain beta? That is, first of all, total gain. Total gain क्या? Fair value minus कैरिंग अमाउंट,
Carrying amount.
दैट इज 3 लाख। यस सर। उसके बाद में क्या है, गेन रिलेटिंग टू राइट रिटेन्ड, राइट रिटेन्ड, that is 3 lakhs into 787,800 divided by 9 lakh। ये कितना है अप्रोक्स, कुछ आएगा ऐसे नंबर, 787 26 to 600, that is can I say 3 lakh minus 26 to 600, 34 ही है ना, हाँ 37,400। यस सर, डन अभी। और उसके बाद में क्या लिखेंगे, कैन आई से राइट ऑफ यूज असेट will be depreciated using what sir, depreciated over its useful life, useful life, because here लीज टर्म कुछ दिया है क्या, एनुअल दिया हुआ 10 ईयर, ओके, लीज टर्म useful life over the lease term, that is 10 years, therefore the depreciation is how much, therefore depreciation of right to use, how much should we calculate, 5,20,000, 10 years 52 is recorded in P&L, and the carrying amount of ROU in balance sheet is 5,20,000 minus 52,000, 468। यस सर, हो गए। तो अभी इंटरेस्ट का क्या बोलेंगे, कैन आई से इंटरेस्ट इज ऑल्सो देयर हियर, interest what will happen to interest, yes sir, so see enough for interest what will I write down, can I say for lease liability, can I say interest on the lease liability is calculated using the implicit rate, using the implicit interest rate and recorded under financing category, and recorded in P&L under, recorded in P&L under which category, financing category, but we have to calculate the amount, that is 7, can I say here the liability is recognized on the total liability, sorry my bad, can I say interest on the liability is calculated using the implicit rate, and the total finance cost is how much, 8 887,800 into 5% or 10%, 5%, कितना है सर ये, 44,390, yes sir, to be recognized in P&L. So with this part is done. So both the cases, these are the two cases which are repeated. The first case and this one, the last case is not repeated. Once it was tested, September exam. September exam it was tested, the prepayment part. हो गया? Now chalo, the last case. Now everyone, coming to the last case. Sir, in last case, what is happening, sir? Selling price is what? Selling price and fair value. So selling price is 100, but the fair value is 120. Now, today I have an asset of 100. In market, the fair value is what? 120. I have an asset whose carrying amount is 100. थोड़ा different कर लेता हूँ. Carrying amount I'll make 90. The carrying amount is 90. I have an asset whose carrying amount is what, sir? 90. Carrying amount is 90. Now it has a fair value in the market of 120. 120. Now this B is saying that please sell this to me for 100. Is A full to sell this for 100? Is A full to sell the asset which has a fair value of 120 for 100? Nahi baba. What is the assumption here? The assumption is that this no, the assumption is that this 20 is what? Prepayment. The payment is already done by B. Here, when A is selling an asset which has a value of 120 for 100, that means the payment of 20 is already done by B. B ने पहले ही payment कर लिया था. B has already made this payment before the commencement or before the accounting. So the assumption here is what? So the assumption is that one simple thing, that this 100 is already paid by B to whom? A, sir. So it is known as what? Prepayment. 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 In this case, what should we do, sir? In this case, what should we do? So see here now. The last case, what should we do? Let me take the same example. See, when you see the exam kit, na, ये वाला question नहीं, but September attempt it was tested. Students have mentioned me that case 3 was tested. So now let's do this question here. I say selling price क्या है इसका? 110 बेटा. Selling price is 110. Now what will happen, everyone? Can I say selling price कितना मिलेगा? Instead of 150, we will get how much? 90, sir. Then will you treat this as a loan? नहीं बाबा, ये भी हटा देते हैं. ये भी गलत है. Sir, first of all, de-recognize the asset. Yes, sir. We have de-recognized the asset. As I mentioned that difference is treated as a prepayment. Sir, what should we do with this prepayment? So what should we do with this prepayment? Prepayment you have to add to right to use asset. किसको add करना है? Right to use asset. What is the logic? Remember Baba, logic क्या है? Sir, when we studied right to use asset, we included payment done before the commencement, present value of the lease liability, payment done before the commencement, payment done before the commencement. That only we are doing here also. Yes, sir. Now, gain भी हट जाएगा, ये gain नहीं होगा. This also will not be. What is the selling price? 10 is what? Prepayment. Add to ROU. Simple. Add to ROU. Add to ROU. So ये कितना होगा? चलो देखो इधर. So this ROU will also change here. So, sir, 100 into what's up? Present value of the lease liability. I will change this to 80. Let me make this to 80. 80 divided by what, sir? Fair value of the asset. What is the fair value of the asset here? Sir, 120. How much is this? Plus prepayment. That is 120 minus 110.
$77.
966 आ रहा है ना. 100 into 50
Total 10 भी
हाँ
add कर
टोटल
दिया.
यस ओके 10 77 यस देन इट इज राइट 77. अभी गेन कितना है? 100 प्लस 80 माइनस Which side is the difference here? Debit side ki credit side?
Debit side.
Debit side. Why debit side it is coming? Because my present value of the lease liability is more. इतना नहीं, वो ये कम होगा, और टू कम, लेट अस डू गेन वाला कैलकुलेशन, और लेट इट बी, ये केस लॉस का रहने देते हैं. सो हियर इंस्टेड ऑफ डेबिट व्हाट विल आई से, इट इज क्रेडिट, डेबिट सॉरी. तो ये ना लॉस कितना आ रहा है, लॉस, व्हाट इज द लॉस वी आर गेटिंग बेटे?
13.
13. Okay, good to know. Abhi, let us try with this method whether we are getting answer right or wrong. So what is the fair value minus carrying amount? Do it and say me answer right आ रहा है कि नहीं. The numbers are random, हाँ. कितना आ रहा है ये? Fair value is 120 minus carrying amount is 100. 20 gain आ रहा है ना? How come? And here we are getting loss.
तो वो जो डेबिट सेलिंग प्राइस की है वो 110 नहीं होना था.
अरे यार वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ, चेंज नहीं किया अपन ने, देख. शिट. यस 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 यस, 110 यही होगा एग्जाम में भी. चलो देन क्या आ रहा है वो, बस 110, 7 का गेन आ रहा है ना.
7 का गेन, यस सर.
हाँ. यस यस सर. नाउ ये इतना है, इधर से 20 इंटू वॉट बेटे? 20 इंटू 80 डिवाइडेड बाई 120, हाउ मच आर यू गेटिंग? 13. So 20
यस
minus
सर.
13 is 7. Yes, sir. This case is also done. What is the important point? Yeah, this you have to keep in mind. If you're doing with this method, if not, if you do with this method, हमेशा right ही आएगा. Fair value minus carrying amount. But here you have to be a little bit cautious in when doing through journal entry. But others, I hope सब clear है. What should we do here now? Can I say what will I add here? Right to use asset में क्या add कर दूंगा खाली?
प्रीपेमेंट.
Prepayment बस. Other than this, nothing is there. चलो then, एक क्वेश्चन है वो कर लेते हैं. ये वाला क्वेश्चन ये रहा. So चलो, अभी I will not frame the answer. Two answers I framed. I hope you will be able to frame this answer. Let us do the calculation part. Yes, sir. R R Limited, an international hotel chain, is currently finalizing its financial statement for the year ended 30th June 2008 and is unsure how to account for the following transaction. On 1st July 2007, it sold one of its hotel to a third party institute and leased it back under a 10-year lease. So they are saying that they are leasing it back. The sale price was 57 million and the fair value of the asset was what, better?
60 million.
60 million. So what is happening here? Can I say here the selling price is less when compared to this? So that means that 3 million is what? Treated like a
प्रीपेमेंट.
prepayment. Yes, sir. Then the lease liability is 2.8 million per annum in arrears commencing on 30th June 2008. The present value of the lease payment is 20 million and the implicit rate is 6.6. Okay. The purchaser can cancel the lease agreement and take full control of the hotel within 6 years. So if, okay, the purchaser can cancel the lease term and take full control of the hotel within 6 months' notice. The hotel had a remaining economic life of 30 years. Do we consider the economic life or useful life for the lease term? Upon the as of now, they have mentioned 10 years is the lease term. So, right to use asset, how will you depreciate? Can I say 10 years? Yes, sir. and a carrying amount under the cost model 48. Now wait, discuss the above transaction. Write down the basic definition. Lease liability वो सारा कुछ लिख के then right to use asset. What should you do? Treat this as a prepayment and consider it. काम काम करते ना, रिपीटेड ही है तो कॉपी करके खत्म कर देते इसको. So as per IFRS 16, it's a sales transaction, etc. Can I say in given case selling price is more or less? Can I say selling price is less than the fair value of the asset? Therefore, the difference is treated as what? Difference is treated
Prepayment.
as a prepayment and added to and is added to
ROU asset.
bus are added to ROU. What is that beta? Kitna value hai? That is, let us see. 60 minus 57. That is 3 million. Yes, sir. No issue. So the carrying amount of the asset is de-recognized. What is the carrying amount? 48 million. Simple. I have to change this one simple line. Yes, sir. Let me write down in million only. Everything will write down in million. Yes, sir. Then the present value of the lease liability is how much here? The present value of lease liability is $20 million. Yes, sir. Then the right to use asset is the proportion of the right retained plus prepayment. That is, sir, carrying amount was 48 into, sir, divided by 20 is the lease liability. बेटे sir, fair value कितना है? Fair value 60 million. Yes, sir. Plus 3 million. What is the value we are getting here?
19 million.
Yes, 19 million. Yes, बेटा. Then after this, what should we do? Total gain करना ना? So simple कर लेते वो भी. कितना टाइम लगेगा? So what is the gain now? ये हटा देते हैं. टोटल गेन कितना है? राइट रिटेन का कितना है? चलो. टोटल गेन इज व्हाट सर? फेयर वैल्यू 60 minus carrying amount was 48. That is 12. Yes, sir. 12 into what, sir? 20 divided by 60 is 4. So how much is this coming? That is 12 minus 4. 8 million gain आ रहा है. Is this right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. अभी ROU will be depreciated over 10 years. Here also 10 years. So ये इतना ही करना है अपन को. ROU value was what? If you remember, कितना था ROU?
19 million.
19 million divided by 10. 19 divided by 10, that is 1.9 million. And in the books, the value will be what? $17.1 million. Yes, sir. Then what is the last part? Lease liability. What is the lease liability? Lease liability, if we see 20 million into 6.6 percentage. कितना आ रहा है? 20 into 6.6%. That is 1.32 million. And the value will be how much? 20 million plus 1.32 million minus every year. What is the payment we are doing? 2.8. So 2.8 is the closing balance. Yes, sir. This is done. 18.52. हो गया बेटा. Simple question and easy. Yes, if you know the basic of this part, the other part will be easy. If you are struggling with what, sir? The sale and leaseback basic, then it will create a problem. Then it will create what, sir? A problem. Now, chalo, the next small topic which will take 5 minutes, and with this we will end the topic. Yes, that is lease and first of all, multiple lease components. This is for explanation purpose. इतना straightforward question नहीं आएगा. Just explaining you. Now, what does multiple lease component means? Understand. Let me notes here. Now, see here, multiple lease is saying what? A simple point, which is easy to understand also. See now. A single contract may contain more than one lease component, that is multiple asset. Yes or no? If I've done a lease today with you, I am taking two properties on lease. I have done a contract with you. I have taken property A and property B. मैंने दो प्रॉपर्टी लिया. I have taken property A and property B. In that case, what should we do, sir? Simple. See, treat each lease component as a separate if and only if, sir, I have taken two properties on lease from you. Can I treat them together or should I treat them separate? It's not about lease and non-lease, Baba. It's about multiple lease contract. I have done a contract. In that contract, I have two lease buildings, A and B. Sir, can we treat this together or separate? See, when should you treat separate? See, the lessee can benefit from each asset on its own or with resource readily available. Same, it will repeat in IFRS 15. This one. The asset is not highly dependent or interrelated with others. If you remember basic of your F7, in revenue, you learn step number 2 to identify how many performance obligations are there. Same here also. So multiple lease component, if I've taken two buildings on lease under one contract, I can separate it if the lessee can benefit from each building separately and both the buildings or both the lease are not dependent or interrelated. Interdependent or interrelated means what? See, or the assets are not interrelated or interdependent. Assets should not be. I have taken machine A and machine B. These two machines should not be interrelated or it should not be interrelated. Both should be independent, should not be dependent on each other, etc. XYZ. In that case, we will separate it and record it. If not, then what should we do, sir? Allocate on the basis of standalone selling price. Standalone selling price. Two distinct building rented under the same contract are two separate lease component and are accounted separately. Same thing you learn in IFRS 15 also. See here, I see I've taken two building today under one contract only. Now I've taken machine A, machine B. For this contract, I'm paying how much? 50,000. And the selling price is what? For this is, let's say, the normal lease is 30,000 and this is 25,000. But can I say this total will be how much, beta? 55,000. But I'm getting this for what? 50,000 only. If I purchase the machine A and machine B, what is the lease rental I have to pay? I have to pay 30 and 25. But when I take this together, what is the lease payment I'm doing? 50,000. So what is the lease payment for machine A and machine B? Sir, 50,000 into 30,000 divided by what? 55,000. 50,000 into 25,000 divided by 55,000. How much is this? 27, 27 2. 22,728. So these are the lease payment which we have to discount separately and do the accounting. Same as your IFRS 15. How do we allocate transaction price? This IFRS 15 will be covering in the next week. But as of now, you have understood multiple lease component ka concept. As mentioned, not frequently tested. This is not frequently tested. Lease and non-lease is frequently tested. Now coming to lease and non-lease. Understand? I say I have taken a property on lease for 10 years, 3 years. 3 years मैंने property लिया. You also assume by yourself, take yourself as an example. You have taken a property on lease for 3 years. Sir, we are paying every year 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, sir. Sir, in this 10,000, we are paying maintenance how much? 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. Can I say the lease part is what here now? 8,000. Lease part is what? 8,000. The lease part is what? 8,000. Now, what are the two methods? Standard is saying one simple thing. Standard is saying what? Standard is saying that it is better to show what? It is better to show separately. Standard is saying that this 8,000 which is there, no, you show separately, you discount this. What do? You discount this and do normal accounting, debit, credit, right of use asset, lease liability, you do this. Sir, what should we do about this 2,000? What should we do? What do you think? Follow accrual principle. So standard is saying one simple thing. Standard is saying that we know that that 10,000 amount which you are paying includes two things. One is for lease and one is for non-lease component like maintenance, etc. XYZ. In that case, the standard is saying show it separately. For lease, what should you follow? The normal accounting. But what should we follow for this 2,000? For this 2,000, follow the normal accounting accrual basis. As and when expense is incurred, record it. As and when expense is incurred, record it. No need to discount nothing. This is the thing. The standard is also saying that you have a choice. You can show right to use asset or lease liability of 10,000 directly, no issues. You can show this also directly, no issues. You can discount this 10,000 and also show. Two methods the standard is giving. But which one is preferable? कौन सा अच्छा है? Which one is the best one?
Separating the two.
It will provide better information. Simple. So चलो सर, यही बोल रहा है standard. This non-lease was not tested December exam, but it but was tested in September exam. Lease and non-lease components. So let us see the theory. Theory क्या बोल रहा है पहले? चलो, let us read content क्या. Non-lease component is what, sir? Non-lease component is a part of the contract that does not convey the right to use asset and but instead provides a service like maintenance, security, cleaning, IT support. Yes, sir. These are the examples which we have discussed. Separate lease and non-lease component on relative standalone selling price. Standalone selling price का meaning क्या है? Market terms. See, now generally, whenever I sell an item today to you at 10,000, I say कि sir, if you purchase the asset, if you purchase an item, the cost is 10,000. And along with this, we provide maintenance service also for 5,000 separately. But the business or the company is saying that if you purchase this both together, we will provide for 12,000. Can I say this 12,000 relates to both or not? Now, how will you allocate this 12,000 and into lease and non-lease? Can I say on standalone selling price that is 12,000 into 10,000 divided by 15,000? Here also what? 12,000 into 5,000 divided by 12,000, 15,000. So this is what allocation based on the normal market terms. Market price. What is the market price? On that basis, what do we do? On that basis, we separate it and do the accounting. Yes, sir. That is only standalone selling price which we have done. Note. Note. IFRS 16 gives the option to apply practical expedient. That means what? P. P means what? Practical expedient. No need to separate lease and non-lease component. But the priority is given to what? Priority is given to separate it. First, what should we do? First, what should we do? First priority is what? Separate. Option is available. What is that option? P. P means what, sir? P means no need to separate it. See, no need to separate lease and non-lease component. If non-lease components are separated, they are treated in aggregate. So ये लाइन क्या बोल रहा है? If non-lease components are separated, you will combine this together and treat as a normal expense. See, cost that does not involve transfer of either lease or non-lease component, example insurance, taxi, etc., should be allocated to lease and non-lease component if lease does not apply practical expedient. ये सब फालतू का इतना आता नहीं है इतना डिटेल में, but this is important. See now, non-lease component should be recognized as how? How will you recognize non-lease component? We will recognize this as an expense on accrual basis. Which category? Which category? Operating category. Yes, sir. So what is this? Simple. Separate the lease payment and do the accounting. Sir, when we separate the lease payment do the accounting as normal lease, debit right to use as a credit lease liability. But for remaining क्या करना है? Remaining normal accounting as and when expenses are incurred, recorded accrual basis. Sir, if ratio is not given, sir, if selling price is not given, if selling price is not given, some other ratio will be given. Use that. Read the question carefully. Some other ratio will be given. Understood the definition here? लीज एंड नॉन लीज कंपोनेंट क्या बोल रहा है?
Yes, sir.
अभी चलो, देयर आर टू स्मॉल क्वेश्चंस व्हिच वी विल डिस्कस. छोटे से क्वेश्चंस है, लेट्स डू दैट एंड फिनिश इट. ये रहा. ये फालतू का क्वेश्चन है. हाँ, ये एग्जाम लेवल का क्वेश्चन नहीं है. एग्जाम लेवल क्वेश्चन 1 is there in your exam kit and one more I will share. Do it. Yes sir. वो नीचे ही लिख देते ना. So see here, what did we learn here? Simple example, that is I'm paying every year 10,000. 10,000. 10,000. If I discount this 10,000 and do it is what? I am claiming P. Yes or no? No need to separate. But if we separate, then lease liability will be present value of 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. Yes, sir. वही तो सीखा अपन ने. Yes. Then remaining 2,000. What will follow? Accrual principle. Accrual principle. Yes, sir. Simple. हो गया. चलो अभी देखते क्वेश्चन. T has entered into a lease agreement to rent 3 offices. Can I say they have rented how many offices here? 3 offices. Unit in a business park. Okay. The contract includes a non-lease component relating to the cleaning of 3 units. Can I say these 3 units are also multiple components?
Yes, sir.
Contract के अंदर 3 है. One building, under that 3. So separate it 1, 2, 3. And relating to these 3, what is that? Cleaning service. Can I say this cleaning service involves for each and everyone? We have to separate that. See, relating to cleaning of the units, annual lease payment amounted to $1.2 million, and the standalone selling price for leasing of 3 units and cleaning services are as follows. Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3. That is 375, 420, 145 and 260. Yes, sir. Required. Discuss how T should account for annual lease payment. If P is not applied and if P is applied. What we will say here now, beta. If P is applied and P is not applied. Not applied, P applied. If P is applied, what should we do? Treat it together. Now here, when we treat this, what should we say here now? Practical expedient is not applied. If practical expedient is not applied, bete, no is not applied. No, first one is not applied. If practical expedient is not applied, what should we do?
Separate.
करना पड़ेगा सेपरेट. अभी कैसे करेंगे सेपरेट?
In the ratio of standalone selling price.
So can I say if I use this, what is the total here में? Total कितना आ रहा है? 1,200. Can I say if practical experience is not available, I have to separate it. Now let me separate it. Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3 and cleaning service. पहले ये कर लेते separate. See, understand, मैं इसका diagram बनाते हूँ. Business park is there. In this what we have Unit 1, 2, 3. So इसका कितना है? 375, 420 and 145. And these 3 का cleaning services 260. Yes, sir. Now, first of all, we will separate all this. Can I say if I separate all this, value will come same only? No. Value to will come same only. See, 1.375 into 375 divided by 1,200. And 420 into 420 divided by... Arey, nahi, baba. How do we do this? Into 375 divided by total. Sorry, my bad. Can I see if I do this, सबका आंसर यही तो आ रहा है ना?
Yes, sir.
हाँ, ये फालतू का क्वेश्चन है कि नहीं? बट इसमें कैच है. व्हाट इज द कैच? आई विल लेट यू नो. You will understand. 145 ये no need to separate. So how much is this? 375, 420, 145, 260. Same one. Now can I say this cleaning services for 3 units? Cleaning services for 3 units. Can I say will I sit and separate their cleaning service also again? अरे एक ही तो है. नॉर्मल एक्सपेंस रिकॉर्ड करना है ना. वी हैव टू
Yes,
रिकॉग्नाइज
sir.
नॉर्मल एक्सपेंस. नो नीड टू अगेन सेपरेट. नाउ इफ पी इज नॉट अप्लाइड, अभी बोलो. अगर पी इज अप्लाइड, सॉरी माय बैड, पी इज अप्लाइड, व्हाट शुड वी डू दैट?
No need to separate.
If no need to separate, then what should we do?
Lease liability will be like 1200 only.
1200 hour. If P is applied, that means can I say this 260 is part of what? This 260 should be allocated to what all, bete? This 260 should be allocated to unit 1, unit 2, unit 3, no?
Yes.
Practical expedient means what? Lease payment plus non-lease payment. P का meaning क्या है? See, PE means what? Non-lease plus lease component. Yes or no? No need to separate it. Is your lease payment. Simple. That is the logic, no? So अब इधर क्या होगा? What will I say then? Can I say unit 1, unit 2, unit 3? Everything 375, 420, 145. Can I say this 260 I will allocate to these three based on 375, 420 and 145 bete? I hope everyone
Yes.
are understanding कितना है 940. If I allocate this कितना आ रहा है ये 260 into 375 divided by 940, 420 into 260 divided by अरे नहीं बाबा 420 divided by 940, 260 into 40, 145 divided by 940. For each and every case 103 आ रहा है 478 I'm getting for the first one. Then sir 260 into 420 divided by 940 116 आ रहा है 420 plus 116 536. Then remaining is what 41 186. Now whenever you do present value of lease liability, can I say for each one we will consider separately? For each one we will consider what bete? Separately. इसके अलावा कुछ है ही नहीं. So what is the understanding here? What is the hack to remember? Can I say in case of lease payment? See now I say lease payment क्या होगा देखो इधर lease payment if practical expedient is followed. PE applied. PE applied means together. So can I say that will include lease component plus non-lease component? Yes, sir. This will be your lease payment. If not, PE not applied. In that case, what will be your lease payment? So lease liability will only include lease component. How will you calculate this? Total minus non-lease component. ये शॉर्टकट है रिमेंबर करने के लिए. Yes, sir. So with this is done. Yes, sir. So lease and non-lease part is कंप्लीटेड. एक छोटा सा क्वेश्चन है जो बराबर से दैट क्वेश्चन इज प्रॉपर. इससे अंडरस्टैंडिंग आएगा भी. चलो लेट अस डू दिस लास्ट क्वेश्चन फॉर द डे so that this also will be clear. Now on 1st January 2000 S entered into a contract to lease a crane for 3 years. For how many years they are leasing it? 3 years. The lessor agrees to maintain the crane during 3-year period. Okay, maintenance is also that, sir. The total contract cost is 180,000. S must pay 60,000 each year with the prepayment commencing on 31st December 2001. कब से पेमेंट करेंगे? Year end, sir. So the standard is saying what? 1, 2, 3. Here you have to pay 60. Here you have to pay 60. Here you have to pay 60. Yes, sir. Then S accounts for non-lease component separately from lease. So what they are using? Are they using practical expedient or they are not applying practical expedient? They are not applying practical expedient here. That means they are separating here. They are not reading together. If contract separately, it had been determined that the standalone selling price kitna hai? SSP for crane is $160,000, and for maintenance service is what, sir? 4 lakh 40,000. So it is 2. So can I say how will I allocate the 60,000? So 60,000 into 160 divided by 2 lakh. What is the value I'm getting? 48,000 मेरे को मिल रहा है. So can I say out of this बेटे 48,000 is what? For crane. Maintenance कितना होगा? 12,000 sir. 48,000 for crane, 12,000 for maintenance. 48,000 for crane, 12,000 for maintenance sir. Yes sir. Clear?
Yes, sir.
अभी क्या करना है? नॉर्मल अकाउंटिंग करना है कि नहीं? यानी से as per IFRS 16, can I say इधर नाम क्या है? S company. As per IFRS 16, S company accounts for lease and non-lease component separately. Accounts for lease and non-lease payment separately. Can I say the annual payment of, can I say the annual payment of the annual payment of 60,000 should be allocated between lease and non-lease component based on their SSP beta, based on their SSP. Let me write down standalone selling price. Standalone selling price sir. Yes sir, ये clear है. Can I say that is कितना है? That is for crane and for maintenance 60,000 into 160 divided by 2, 60 into 40 divided by 2. ये 48,000 आया, ये 12,000 आया. Yes sir, done with this. Can I say then next one? Can I say the lease liability? The lease liability is the lease liability for crane is the present value of the lease payment. Present value of the lease payment. That is kitna sir? So 48,000, 48,000, 48,000. How much are we getting here? What is the discount rate? 5%. If you discount this, 0.952, 0.907, 0.863, 45,714, 43,536, 48 into 0.863, 41,424. So if we do this to, if you consider all the decimals, ज़्यादा difference आएगा. No issues in that. As of now, this is for understanding purpose, as mentioned. I'm getting 130,674. 130,674. Now what should we do relating to this? Can I say that is lease liability कितना है? 130,674. Can I say right to use asset भी यही पर होगा? Can I say right of use asset is initially recorded at present value of lease payment plus initial direct cost, that is 130674. but खाली इधर यही है. After this what we say, जो भी interest है, carrying amount, that you'll mention, no? Can I say the right to use asset is depreciated and the carrying amount is depreciated and the depreciation is recorded in P&L under operating category. That is, what is the depreciation? 1307,674 divided by what, sir? What is the lease term? 3 years, na? That is 43558. The carrying amount of right of use asset in the balance sheet is 130674 minus 87,116. Then can I say the interest on lease liability is recognized in P&L as a is recognized in P&L as an expense under financing category. That is what बेटे कितना है वो 130674 into
5%.
into 5. So how much is this? 6533 into 5%. Can I say the carrying amount of lease liability in balance sheet or the carrying amount of the liability as at what is the year end? Have they given the year end? Year end लिख लेते हैं 31st December as at 31st 12 2000 x1 is 13067 plus 13 interest है ना इधर 6 minus 60,000. 77207. Yes sir. Now coming to
फिर
the
हम यहाँ पे
maintenance.
48,000 नहीं लेंगे क्योंकि लीज कंपोनेंट तो 48,000
Yes,
था.
yes, 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 yes. Correct, 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 correct. 89207. For maintenance, what we will say? Can I say the maintenance cost of 1 year is recorded in P&L as an expense under operating category. That is kitna tha ye? 12,000. So with this, yeah, this part is done. So today we have done definition. We have done your initial subsequent measurement arrears advance. Yes, sir. Then what we have done? Then we have done your recognition exemption, sale and leaseback 3 conditions, and lease and non-lease component. So tomorrow we will revise it, and then we will first we will do remeasurement, and then we will jump to the lessors part. मॉडिफिकेशन विल कीप, वो कभी आया नहीं है, बट वी विल ट्राई एंड डू एट द एंड. लास्ट टाइम ऑल्सो आई डिड नॉट डू, बट ये टाइम अपन करेंगे द मॉडिफिकेशन पार्ट ऑल्सो. इट सेम लाइक रीमेजरमेंट, only one step is extra in modification. So now, so today we have done this. As mentioned, the topics which we have completed is definition, this one your initial measurement, recognition, sale and leaseback, lease and non-lease. So tomorrow first we will do remeasurement. It will take, let's say, 40 to 45 minutes. After that, finance lease, operating lease, these three cases. Sublease, sir, what about sublease? Sublease is same as the accounting which we have learned here. The accounting which we have learned here and the accounting which we will learn tomorrow is same. But you have to know what is sublease. So tomorrow we will try to do the remaining topics. So I hope with this you have understood the basic part of the list, and a lot of questions we have done in the class. We have written also the answer. So please follow this. Please do the questions which are given to you regarding this topic and complete it. Do not keep pending कि sir बाद में कर लेंगे, बाद में कर लेंगे. Do not have that attitude. From day one only complete it, Baba. Yes, yes sir. So as mentioned, the first 5 lectures are demo which will be uploaded on YouTube. If you want to join to the full class, either connect with me or Chinmay sir. AFM, ATX, SBR. When coming to your skill level, FR, FM, tax, PM. If you want to enroll in any of these subjects, connect with me or Chinmay sir. So with this, let me end the session. Bye bye. Have a good day. Signing off. Radhe Radhe to everyone.